the economy, being friendly to business, expanding where we are able to generate enough revenue to meet our, at least, expenditure, where primary surplus, our primary balance will continue to remain as surplus. And when we do this, it makes us very, confident that the Ghanaian is capable of managing his own affairs. Yeah.
Okay, let me move to Watson. Same thoughts, what you expecting for the 2026 budget?
Thank you very much. So, the beginning of the year, I think before the budget, I think population of about 200 companies, and we asked them key questions about what they expect from budget, looking at what has happened in the previous years, and then what they want to see. I think about so many issues came up. I think on the top about say 3 or 4. One of the key ones that came up was tax reforms. So within the tax reforms, in terms of tax administration, but then they focus mostly on the VAT. What you realize was that from the VAT point of view, especially COVID-19 and others, it tend to affect their cost of doing business and others. So they wanted to see some reforms. And I think it's quite interesting that a large portion was saying that they want to make sure that government balances its objective of government revenue vis-a-vis business profits. Because as you manage energy cost and reliable energy, and also if you have very costly energy, which tend to eat in your profits. So I think one of the key things that came up. It's quite interesting that, and then I think lastly, to make sure that government can create an enabling environment for access to credit. Now, within that, everybody knows that government cannot give out loans, but then what can government do in terms of, say, having a very proper credit system to make banks more or less grant loans based on, but I think that's one of the key things. Whenever you hear of access to credit, that's one of the bottlenecks that most of the financial institutions are facing. So if you have a very reliable credit system, I think that can address the issue of default, and especially with the interest rates being high. So I think these are the key things that came out from this budget survey.
Okay, all right. Let's look at the 2025 budget. Let's look at the figures. Obviously, the figures look at that.
Yes.
We've done like 6.3% in the second quarter. The non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.8, which that was the projection. We've really done more than that, around 7.8 thereabout. Inflation, which was projected of inflation, which happens to be of import cover. Now we have about, I understand, $12 billion as of October, which is done about 4 months of import cover. The currency is also coming down. We have, as we speak, it's around just 10 Ghana cedis, almost 11, but let's just play with it, around 10 Ghana cedis. Among other budgets, its implementation, its rollout, and the figures that we're seeing so far, would you say that, or it's just that the government be very careful? That's how come we're seeing nice figures.
Well, I think you cannot say that the government has been less.
Yes.
And if you take a step back, you're talking about one being just ensuring that you have more or less the macros in terms of being stable, debt sustainability to make sure that you are, and then have economic growth as underlying. If you take a step back, what actually drove us into that was our debt, expensive debt, and then also having expenditure rationalization. If you look at the IMF report that actually came up, that's one of the key things that they talked about, which was one of the highlighting points of where we are. Expenditure rationalization.
Maybe we shouldn't spend more.
We shouldn't spend more because remember after the 2024 budget elections, one of the key things was that we really went off some of the numbers. So you had to really, if the economy is boiling, you need to calm down. How do you calm down? Ensure that your expenditures are rationalized. So if you take a step back, you find that has actually brought a lot of the issues under control in terms of inflation, all those numbers that we are talking about. And I think for a period, you need that because that's where the consolidation and everything comes in. So it's the core pillar of what we are seeing now. Granted, if you look at what the IMF report and also what you see in terms of our GDP, it was also mostly driven by gold exports. Gold is almost at all-time high. So you see our numbers will go growing up. Oil prices have dropped, which all those things tend to, move into our expenditure and the top line revenue. So those are the key things, and I think from a prudent point of view, those things are needed to actually, kind of give us stability and everything before you begin to look at how you want to now wrap up. So I think if you look at 2025 budget, those are the key themes. We are likely to see almost the same thing for the 2026 because we are still under the IMF program.
Yes.
So a lot
but we're coming out also in 2026.
In May.
Yes, in May.
Yeah. But then the question then is, if you look at, and I think we would definitely, I don't want to take the...
No worries, let's go in, yeah.
Because if you look at this, one of the key things that also came up from our pre-budget survey was how government will lay foundation for a lot of the projects that are going to come up. Exactly. 24-hour economy, you're looking at the big push and all those things. Yes. You tend to see that the government doesn't want to be the key driver. There will be a lot of partnership, just laying the infrastructure, laying the atmosphere, laying the framework and everything, and let private sector actually run it with the government support. So I think those are the things that we are likely to see in the team as we are going on, because you don't want to just go off and throw the numbers off.
Okay, all right. Look, with the figures that we have, can we now talk about stability?
Yes. In fact, with the figures we have now, I mean, stability is the way to go.
But are we stable now?
To a large extent, I would say, yeah, we are. To a fair extent, we are stable.
To a fair one.
To a fair extent, we are stable. We are stable because we've seen the numbers playing or taking a certain trajectory that shows that we are really turning the corner very fast. In fact, the economy has recovered or is recovering faster than we all anticipated. I mean, for the first time, we have gone, far above the target for inflation. I mean, at 11.9, around 12 now, today is 8, and we are hoping to even go down further. And this is despite certain happenings in the economy, both internal and external. I mean, internally, government has been prudent in terms of spending. That is one area that I think I commend the finance minister for. He is also not, even though we are not able to go to the external market, even look domestic borrowing, he's being careful. He is not just borrowing, is that external factors. Generally, because of how Trump is ruling America, we all know that because of the global nature of the dollar, anything that happens in America has effect, especially with emerging economies like Ghana. And so with Trump on his American first policy, you see that others are looking for investment in other areas apart from the dollar. Because of that, it has inured to our benefit as a country, as Ghana. So that tells you that it helps you to, manage how much leaves your economy, because you import a lot of fuel. All the fuel we consume in this country, we import it. And so if you have prices low, then it reduces your cost as well.
Yeah.
It has also helped us to manage our debt situation. And so if we have this playing coming to 2026, then businesses can have the confidence to plan. Businesses can have the confidence to be able to say that we can project and forecast and be able to say this is where we want to go. Unlike some years where we cannot actually see what will happen in the next 6 months, this kind of stability helps us to be able to do that. And so stability is very key. And that is what businesses are looking for, because stability gives you the peace of mind to be able to plan medium and long term, to know what to look for. Other than that, it will distort and obstruct businesses. And so finance minister must be focused on stability. I think that even if the levels are high, when I say levels are high, I'm talking of the macros, inflation, interest rate, exchange rate are high, and it is stable. It's even better. It's far, far better. I think every businessman or enterprise...
So even if inflation is high and the others are also high?
For instance, like I was saying, if you see treasury bill rate, if you are an entity that is involved in investment, you do investment, you have money you want to invest, and then at the beginning of the year, you forecasted that your investment income on treasury bill, for instance, is going to be at 20, 30%. Then all of a sudden, within the course of the year, it dropped to 10. it has distorted your system. You have exchange rate at 15, and you are thinking that, looking at the situation, it will take some time for it to drop. Then we wake up and every day you see it dropping from 15 all the way. What happens is that is going to give room for stock that have been acquired, bought already with higher cost. Quickly have to deplete that stock, because if you don't do so, then you are sitting on high cost. It also, influences imports into the economy to compete with the local industry. So stability is very important for the business world, and I hope that we'll be able to consolidate these gains in 2026.
All right. But Michael, would it be fair to say that we are recording this nice figures because we are not spending? We are not really doing that big expenditure and being very careful in here. Would it be fair to say that?
Yes. Okay. And I think, as my colleague actually indicated, you've stabilized. You've been able to control it, the macros for
stability. You want to do same?
Well, I think first we need to have him bring the numbers. He hasn't brought the numbers. He brought us a projection at the beginning of the target. And yes, he had therefore to cut his expenses by about 19 billion. And so you could tell that he was consolidating and not his whole fiscal strategy work. If it did, I think we will commend him. If the fiscal strategy didn't work, we can't say that though to applaud him that he has been disciplined, because you see, you draw a fiscal strategy aimed at raising money to deliver on promises. Disciplined. I hope you get my point. You have to be able to draw a strategy that raises the revenue and allows you to spend it, because that spending is what delivers.
But if you don't have the money, you don't want to spend.
Absolutely. But you see, if you are the managing director of an organization and you come up with a strategy that to grow the organization, I will introduce these new products, sell them, raise revenue, we'll make this profit, and then we'll invest this profit to develop the organization. That's a beautiful strategy. But if you fail in being able to get those products out there to sell and to raise the revenue, and therefore you are not able to spend, and you say, clap for me because I didn't spend money that I don't have, with the greatest of respect, that is not why we hired you as managing director. We hired you as managing director to be able to roll out these products, sell them, raise the revenue, and do those expenses. So on the fiscal strategy side, everybody's looking forward to a fiscal strategy that works. The 2025 one, as at half year when you brought the result, it had not worked. There were so huge a set of gaps between the program and the actuals. It had not worked.
But we've seen some other things work. Inflation is trending down. Single digits.
Yeah, that's
way below the target of 11.9%.
That's on the macro side. So on the macro side, yes, inflation has come down. Inflation has come down because the government or the Bank of Ghana has been continuing with the tight monetary policy. Remember, we started the tight monetary policy somewhere around 2022, 2023.
Which is available to the Bank of Ghana.
Absolutely. So there's nothing new there. It's the tight monetary policy that they are doing. The new thing that they have introduced is the sterilization program. The sterilization program has allowed them to mop up about 60 billion from the Ghanaian economy to collect that money from the market and lock it up at the Bank of Ghana so that that money is not available to fuel any demand. It will help you in the short buy is because the money has been sterilized. If people are looking for money to invest in businesses and they are not getting it, understand that that is the cost of fighting inflation because they've sterilized the money.
But really, the first assignment of this government and for them the finance,
like a shock, and the finance minister admitted it. He said he was going to apply shock therapy. If you choose to apply the shock, bear in mind that that shock comes at a cost. So I'm just putting the facts out there. So they've done a lot of sterilization as well. On the currency side, we all know what's going on. Initially, they were denying that there was market intermediation. Now they have admitted that it's market intermediation.
Which is not bad.
We haven't said it's bad, but we're saying tell the people the truth. Initially, remember the Bank of Ghana governor said that there's no market intermediation. And then the president said that it's good leadership. It's not market intermediation. As we kept insisting and putting the fix, it started depreciating again. And then now they put in place a framework and the Bank of Ghana instructed them, the IMF instructed them that announce it. So you notice that now they're hiding it.
Also because they have the reserves.
Don't worry.
Which is work they've done.
Don't worry. But the first thing is that tell the truth. That what you are doing is that you are pumping dollars into the market to suppress the rates. Just tell the truth. Don't claim that something extraordinary has happened. Just tell the truth. Because if it comes to pumping, when any government has dollars, they will pump. So the question, like you asked, where did they get the dollars from? They don't print dollars in Ghana. So where did they get it from?
We've seen exports, rise, gold, cocoa exports.
It's because of the gold purchase program. The Bank of Ghana has just issued a statement yesterday, in which statement they themselves have admitted that the dollars they are going to be using, or the dollars they have been using, is the dollars from the gold purchase program. This gold purchase program was rolled out in June 2021 between the Bank of Ghana and the PMMC. The PMMC is what they've now rebranded as the Gold Board. So just tell the people the truth. That, listen, we're able to intermediate in the market because we inherited the gold purchase program. At that time, gold prices were $1,700 an ounce. Today is $4,000. So we are making a lot of profit. And once we are getting a lot of windfall, we are pumping it onto the market. But the risk is that when the prices come down or when we stop pumping, the currency will go back to its level. So the question now becomes, how do we sustain this on a natural level without taking drugs? You see, it's like when you have, let's say, a blood pressure problem and you are taking medication for it. You are not curing it, you are keeping it. The day you stop taking the blood pressure medication, your blood pressure will go to the regular level. So admit it. And then now, if you have to do some lifestyle changes or whatever you do, is that candor that we are saying must come to bear in the management of the economy. And so in this economic policy they are going to present, we are all hoping to hear, so what is a sustainable lifestyle change that will bring the blood pressure to a proper level without medication?
Which kind of budget do you expect the finance minister to present? Ones that propels growth, an expansionary budget, or he should keep stabilizing the economy even into 2020?
Stabilization is what every new finance minister does at the beginning of his term. Go and read about Yaosafo Mafo's program, read about Kwabena Dufour's program, read about my good friend Setekwe's work, read about Kenuforiate's work. In the first year of the administration, you stabilize. But you can't do stability forever. You stabilize, and then now you have to build growth on top of the stabilization. You have to deliver on your promises to the people. The problem often comes up when you start delivering on the problem, whether you are making enough revenues to be able to fund that development. The second part of the problem comes when the global economic events, because of the contagion effect, start also impacting you. Do you have enough buffers to respond to it? That is where the problem has always been. And so the kind of budget we expect, one, is to consolidate the stabilization. That's the first part. And the second part of it is a fiscal program that actually raises the revenue so that you can spend. And the third part is that spending must now go into delivering on the promises you have made to the people.
Do you see a risk to the outlook, especially when we are exiting the IMF program in 2026 and we will be wanting to grow?
There is always a risk of how you answer the political economy questions. There's always the risk of how you respond to the global economic developments. Commodity prices, I think from the forecast I'm seeing, will stay stable even into 2026. So I don't expect much turbulence on the currency side, to be honest with you. The risk now comes with how you handle your fiscals going forward and what will happen on the global economic landscape that could impact your economy, especially when you haven't built enough buffers. Remember, the buffers that are coming, we are pumping it all onto the market. We are not. So if you want to sit
doing 4.5 months.
So fine, if you think 4.5 months is fine. We were doing about 4 months. We thought it was okay until we were hit. After a while, we ran out and we had to now go and look for a balance of payment support program at the IMF. So today, if you have gold prices for $4,000 an ounce, you decide whether you want to pump it all onto the market or you want to build buffers for the future. It's your choice. The events that will follow later will determine whether your choices were right or not.
Are you expecting the removal of the COVID-19 levy in the 2026 budget?
The government promised.
Is that a possibility
from
the IMF consultation?
It wasn't my promise, it was their promise. So everybody will expect that they will live up to that promise. They also said that they will be doing some VAT reforms. So everybody expects that they will do all of those.
What about the 24-hour economy, the Women's Bank?
The 24-hour economy and the Women's Bank are political commitment. They are commitments that the government has made to the people of Ghana. In the first budget, they admitted that they were trying to stabilize some more. It is the second budget that you expect that they would then, let out fully into it. And so we expect to see some semblance of activity there. We'll be looking out for it.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nkrumah is a former Minister for Information, a former Minister for Works and Housing. Quickly, we'll speak to the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Kofi Amabua. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to GTV.
It's good to be here.
What kind of budget are you expecting the finance minister to present today? Is it one that is supposed to be growth-led?
A growth-led budget. This is a budget that basically has set Ghana on the path of prosperity again. And don't take my words for it. At the end of the budget, you ask yourself, what has happened in the last 10 months? Who ever said that in 10 months, led by President Mahama, we will see a budget that says Ghana has returned to single-digit inflation? Who ever thought, and you will see it in this budget, that the world will be saying that they are credible leaders of integrity, and Ghana's path is such great that now our credit rating is now back to B+.
We saw this in the first term of the former government.
Please. You saw what? You saw inflation what?
Coming down.
You saw inflation at 8%?
Not at 8%.
Please. It takes leadership. It takes hard work. I'm just telling you that 10 months of sacrifices, 10 months of leadership are what you are going to see today. And today, we are going to see, and by the time the minister is done, you will see that he has laid a solid foundation for a takeoff of this economy. That's why after he lays that foundation, he will now tell you the infrastructure movement. He will tell you what we've done to make our city proud. He will tell you why women can go to the market with certainty about prices of goods and services, ordinary Ghanaians. This budget is a hopeful budget. It shows everything about Ghanaians' judgment, the reason they voted for President Mahama. And this budget will tell you that Ghanaians made the right choice. 10 months of transformational leadership. This is what you see.
All right, so that was the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Kofi in Parliament. As I said, the Finance Minister should be in the studios.
Maurice, that was Maurice there talking to Kojo Nkrumah and then Emmanuel Namakofi-Bua. All got to do with the budget and what to expect in the 2026 budget. So we would like to apologize earlier there with the rate at which we cut and quickly went over to Parliament House. If you're just joining us, this is GBC News. It's our coverage of the budget presentation for the year 2026. The Finance Minister is expected to present the economic plan for the country for the year 2026. We've started our conversation with our guest in the studio, Dr. Seth Tetbe, who is an economist, is also a policy analyst, and also have with us Michael Boateng. Michael is a partner, Tax KPMG. We've looked at the figures for the year 2025 and how good those figures actually looks like. You heard Kojo Nkrumah there talking about certain things that to them might not be the real truth that the government is projecting in there. There was a question that Michael Boateng was answering before he went over to Parliament House to join Maurice. It's got to do with whether, yes, the figures are looking good because the government is not really making that much of expenditure. That was the question he was addressing before he went for that interview. Let me get him back to answer the question, then we can move on further. Yes, whether the figures are looking good because we're not spending that much.
Well, I think the figures, I would say, is more of expenditure rationalization. I mean, you have to make sure, because it's deliberate.
Yeah.
You really have to make sure you are doing that. But then you take a step back and look at, then after this budget, 2026, what are some of the things that we need to look at? And I think, as I kept saying, the government is one of the key biggest spending units in the country.
Yes.
So to have a real GDP of where businesses, construction and everything, that's when the expenditure will come in. And that's where the big push agenda definitely will come in, because if you are going to have a lot of the petroleum revenue being pushed there, that you are going to see a lot of infrastructure being pushed. But the question there also is, when you look at the 24-hour economy, which is also another a very big expected, I would say, enabler, something to actually drive industrialization in the country, from agro business, export, the tourism and all those things, especially looking at the Volta region basin, all those things that have been talked about. What we want to see is that a lot of investment will have to go in to create that enabling environment, because I think if we are able to get that takeoff, I think that will be one of the key things that we need to look at. So, we've done the expenditure rationalization, we brought that stability that we are seeing. The expectation is that this is not a long term, this cannot be a long term. You really need to have, because God, as I said, the biggest spender, and that would generate jobs and other things, which we need at some point to make sure that actually we are seeing those organic growth. But then also, with these two key pillars, 24-hour economy, the big push and others, that are supposed to actually more or less change the fabric of our economy, that a lot of investment will have to go in to ensure. So I think that is where we may have to really make sure we look at both aspects.
Great. Let's quickly move over to Parliament House for this presentation, and then when we are done, we'll continue with our conversation. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Before I present the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government, permit me to, on behalf of His Excellency the President, to express my deepest condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones in the Ghana Armed Forces enlistment tragedy yesterday at the military Elwak Sports Stadium. Mr. Speaker, words fail us at this time of deep grief. We can only pray for them to find God's comfort and peace in this difficult time. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, on the authority of His Excellency the President, in accordance with Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 21 of the PFM Act, I have the honor and privilege to present to this House the budget statement and economic policy of government for the 2026 financial year. Mr. Speaker, this address is an abridged version of the full 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government. I respectfully request that the Hansa Department captures the entire budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, I accordingly present the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, again in accordance with law, I will also lay before this House the following statutory reports. The first will be the 2025 annual report on petroleum funds, and the second will be the 2025 annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union Import Levy, in line with Section 7 of the African Union Levy Act 2017, Act 952. Mr. Speaker, in the course of 2026, and pursuant to Article 36(5), I will cause to be laid before Parliament on behalf of the President a coordinated program of economic and social development policies, including agriculture and industrial programs at all levels and in all the regions of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, I will also present the following bills, regulations, and memoranda for consideration by this House. Speaker, the bills and regulations will be the following: the Value for Money Bill, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, the Value Added Tax Bill, the COVID-19 Health Recovery Repeal Bill, the Ghana Education Trust Fund Amendment Bill, the National Insurance Amendment Bill, the Public. I stand before this House humbled by the confidence reposed in me by His Excellency the President to deliver his second budget under his reset agenda. Mr. Speaker, when this administration took office, we met an economy in distress, weighed down by debt, weakened by mismanagement, and stripped of confidence. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget, the 2025 budget was our first act of courage, a declaration that Ghana would rise again through reforms, discipline, and visionary leadership. Right Honorable Speaker, the team for this year's budget draws from the President's profound words in his 2025 State of the Nation address, when he declared that, Mr. Speaker, quote, "Today, inspired by Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the people of Ghana, I am moved to make a purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on the path of growth and sustainability." Right Honorable Speaker, it is with that same conviction that I present the 2026 budget under the theme Resetting for Growth, Jobs and Economic Transformation. Mr. Speaker, under President Mahama's leadership, this government has chosen a harder but higher road, the road of reform, renewal, and resilience. We have restored fiscal discipline, brought inflation under control, stabilized the cedi, and rekindled investor confidence. This is not just a recovery, it is a reset. It is a story of a nation that refused to stay down. This is a rebirth from the ashes of daunting inheritance, the heavy burden laid upon us by the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a revival forged amid the tempest of hopes, harbored by the ordinary Ghanaian, whose spirit has long been weathered by 8 years of hardship, impoverishment, and shadows of deception. Mr. Speaker, it is the story of Ghanaians who endured hardships with dignity and held on to hope when the road was rough. Right Honorable Speaker, we have learned a powerful truth, and the truth is that fiscal discipline is the backbone of national progress. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut to responsible economic mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut for responsible economic management. Never again must we allow recklessness, waste, and indiscipline to define how we handle the people's money. Right Honorable Speaker, President Mahama has made it clear that under his watch, the integrity of our public finances will remain sacred. Mr. Speaker, confidence is returning. The Black Star is rising once more. Ghana is back, strong, stable, and full of hope. And yes, our Black Stars are heading to the World Cup. Right Honorable Speaker, with that renewed energy and optimism, this budget is about building on the foundation we have laid, turning stability into opportunity and opportunity into prosperity. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I extend my deepest gratitude to all agree on the national minimum wage and base pay for 2026, ahead of this budget, reflecting our shared vision of fairness, stability, and productivity. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget marks a decisive shift from recovery to transformation, from resilience to productivity, and from stability to jobs. Mr. Speaker, over the next year and beyond, government will focus on 3 priorities to reset for growth, jobs, and transformation. Speaker, the first will be consolidating the macroeconomic stability. The second will be accelerating economic transformation and job creation. And finally, strengthening security and social sector for inclusive growth. Right Honorable Speaker, our vision is clear. A Ghana that produces more than it consumes. A Ghana that exports value-added goods, not just raw materials. A Ghana where jobs are decent, incomes are rising, and opportunities shared by all. And, Mr. Speaker, a Ghana where every citizen lives with dignity and pride. Mr. Speaker, that is the Ghana we are building. A Ghana powered by discipline, driven by vision. I now turn to the state of the Ghanaian economy as at October 2025. Mr. Speaker, and to show where we stand, what we have achieved, and where we are heading. After that, I'll present the policies, priorities, and resource allocation that will drive Ghana's growth, jobs, and economic transformation in 2026 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the year, we inherited a painful effect of the fiscal slippages of 2024, pressures that weighed heavily on households and businesses and public finances. Mr. Speaker, confidence was fragile, inflation remained elevated, the exchange rate was unstable, and the public debt was elevated. Yet, through visionary leadership, fiscal discipline, and policy consistency, the tide has finally turned. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has now recovered, marked by renewed investor confidence and an improved macroeconomic outlook. Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you real sector performance. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has regained its rhythm. Real GDP expanded by 6.3% in the first half of 2025, up from 5.1% in the same period of 2024, driven by stronger agriculture and service, lower inflation, and renewed business confidence. Non-oil GDP grew by 7.8%, showing that our growth is now powered by domestic production. Mr. Speaker, the service sector remains the heartbeat of recovery, surging 8.8% with ICT up 17.2%, finance and insurance up 9.5%, and education up 14.9%. Agriculture, the backbone of stability, also grew by 6%, doubling that of last year. Mr. Speaker, cocoa rebound from a sharp 21.4%, contracting to 2.8% growth. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the targeted farm support and smarter policies. Industry held steady despite reduced oil output. Manufacturing rose 6.3% and construction 4.0%, reflecting reliable energy and revived infrastructure projects. On the demand side, Right Honorable Speaker, household consumption grew by 8.2%, reflecting stronger household confidence. Government spending also slowed to 3.7%, proving fiscal discipline. The Speaker, export grew 11.5%, led by gold, cocoa, and non-traditional export. This is the growth that creates jobs, lifts incomes, and builds lasting stability. The Speaker, I now take you to price development. Right Honorable Speaker, 8.8% in December 2024 to 8% by October 2025. Ghana is back to a single-digit inflation. This was not by sheer luck. It is the outcome of disciplined fiscal policy, steady monetary management, stable exchange rates, and strong domestic production. Together, these have restored confidence, stabilized the cedi, and eased the pressure on families and businesses. Food inflation reduced from 27.8%. Garden eggs, okra, and fish are finally falling. Mr. Speaker, non-food inflation also dropped from 20.3% to 6.9% cost. Right Honorable Speaker, this progress proves that sound policies brings real relief. Mr. Speaker, both imported and local price pressures are now contained. Right Honorable Speaker, the task ahead is to sustain this stability by keeping fiscal discipline, boosting food security, and ensuring strong coordination between the fiscal and monetary authorities. The Speaker, I now take you to fiscal performance. The Speaker, 2025 marked one of Ghana's strongest fiscal turnaround in decades. The primary balance on commitment basis swung from a 3% deficit in 2024 to a 1.6% surplus by September 2025, exceeding the target and proving that discipline delivers results. Mr. Speaker, reforms in revenue mobilization and spending controls anchored this recovery. The removal of nuisance e-levy did not weaken revenue. Broader tax reforms and efficient gains lifted non-oil tax revenue to 8.7% of GDP, up from 7%, protecting key investment in the sectors. Mr. Speaker, Treasury bill rates have fallen, saving 8.8% in interest from January to September. Mr. Speaker, 8.8 billion from January to September. Mr. Speaker, public debt dropped to its lowest in a decade, and Ghana's debt risk has been reclassified from high to moderate. These gains have created space for social and capital investment, eased external debt pressures, and restored investor confidence. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's fiscal consolidation is now credible, sustainable, and homegrown, a model of responsibility that turns stability into progress and ensures every city works for the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, I take you to social protection. Right Honorable Speaker, even as we pursue fiscal consolidation, government protected and expanded social spending to cushion vulnerable households, allocations to social protection programs. These targeted interventions reflect our conviction that economic stability must translate into social progress. Mr. Speaker, I will now give you an update on power purchase agreements, renegotiations, and other reforms in the energy sector. Right Honorable Speaker, when this administration took office, Ghana's energy sector was saddled with about $1.4 billion United States dollars in debt to independent power producers, a ticking fiscal bomb, I call it. Mr. Speaker, today, that burden has been lessened. We have renegotiated all power purchase agreements led by Ghanaian experts at no cost to the state, saving over $250 million and restructuring 1.1 billion Ghana cedis over a four-year period. Mr. Speaker, government is now fully current on payment, clearing $300 million United States dollars in 2025 year to date, and allocating $345 million United States dollars for 2026. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are not accruing new arrests in energy sector. Solar tariffs, projects like BXC and Mineji have dropped from 18 to 6.5 cents per kilowatt hour, cutting costs and expanding access. Mr. Speaker, this was achieved as part of the renegotiation. Mr. Speaker, the Electricity Company of Ghana revenues has risen almost 90% from 900 million to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per month, thanks to better enforcement of the cash waterfall mechanism. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, ECG's revenue has gone to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per calendar month. Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you an update on the audit of arrears and payables. Mr. Speaker, upon assuming office, government was confronted with outstanding arrears and payables totaling 68.8 billion Ghana cedis, comprising 50.5 billion in unpaid invoices and interim payment certificate, IPCs, and 18.3 billion in outstanding bank transfer advices, BTs. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our pledge to protect the public purse and ensure value for money, we commissioned the Auditor General, working directly with PwC and EY to conduct an independent validation of these arrests and commitment. Mr. Speaker, as I informed this August House during the media review of the 2025 budget, this special audit covered all verified arrests and commitment as at end December 2024. The objective was to establish the legitimacy of the claims, identify irregularities, and address the fiscal risk arising from the accumulation of these arrests and outstanding commitment. Mr. Speaker, the exercise has now been completed, and the Auditor General is finalizing his report for submission to Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, the findings are troubling and very damning. Very damning. Mr. Speaker, out of the 68.8 billion, Mr. Speaker, I'll give headline numbers whilst we wait for the Auditor General to submit the report next week. Mr. Speaker, out of the 68.8 billion payable submitted for audit, 47.8 billion cedis was validated. Mr. Speaker, an additional 8.6 billion Ghana cedis remains under review, pending further validation due to inadequate documentation, missing third-party confirmation, and lack of supporting document. Mr. Speaker, these yet to be validated claims may be legitimate, but further evidence will be required before they can be recognized. But Right Honorable Speaker, about 10.4 billion Ghana cedis in claims were rejected. The Speaker, due to duplications, recycled IPCs, inflated invoices, falsified stores receipt advice, and instances of no work but demanding money. Right Honorable Speaker, out of the rejected amount, about 1 billion Ghana cedis, comprising BTAs, bank transfer advices, that had already been processed by the Ministry of Finance and were ready for payment by the Controlling Accountant General and Bank of Ghana, were rejected. The Speaker, without this audit, these claims would have been paid, underscoring the importance of vigilance. Speaker, the report is ready and it will be submitted and the detail may be discussed by this House. So, Speaker, this audit has not only saved the nation billions in potential losses, but also restored accountability, strengthened expenditure controls, and reaffirmed this government's unwavering commitment to fiscal discipline and transparency. The Speaker, we have identified an abuse in the use of import declaration forms, IDFs. The Speaker, I'll give you the update. Right Honorable Speaker, our investigation into Ghana's import system exposed a staggering abuse of import declaration forms, a tool meant to support legitimate trade, but now hijacked for illicit transfers and tax evasion. The Speaker, between April 2020 and August 2025, over 525,000 transactions amounting to an equivalent. This amount of $83 billion were transferred from Ghana in the name of imports. But surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, only 10,440 of these transactions were linked to actual imports. Mr. Speaker, were transferred abroad with no goods imported into the country. Mr. Speaker, and deprived the economy of resources. The audit also reveals that under declared values to hide about 76 billion cedis in imports, denying Ghana about 11 billion Ghana cedis in potential revenue between 2020 to 2025 August. Mr. Speaker, other importers inflated transfer values, aided by some banks that ignored the $200,000 ceiling set by the central bank. Over 17,700 IDF applications broke this limit, channeling an equivalent of about 20 billion United States dollars in unverified transactions out of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, this was not a loophole. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, this was not a loophole. It was an organized system for exploitation. In fact, an organized crime. Mr. Speaker, Economic and Organized Crime Office, the FIC, and CID for investigation. Mr. Speaker, also, the Ghana Revenue Authority will establish a special recovery unit to reclaim all this lost revenue between this period. Right Honorable Speaker, government has since acted decisively. An interagency committee will now audit all imported related transfers going forward. The Bank of Ghana will also match every forex transfer with verified import data. The Speaker, we are drawing a hard line. Every dollar leaving Ghana must deliver real value for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt is firmly on downward path. Mr. Speaker, by October 2025, total debt had fallen from 726.7 billion Ghana cedis, or 61.8% of GDP in 2024, to 630.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent of 45% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, marking one of the sharpest decline in our history. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in over a decade, we have recorded a negative rate of debt accumulation from a positive 19.1% in 2024 to a negative 13.3% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this turnaround reflects fiscal discipline, prudent borrowing, and stronger cedi, showing that Ghana's reforms are being measured, Mr. Speaker, and they are showing results. Up by 1,600 basis points, with the 91-day Treasury bill at 10.7 from 28.9, the lowest in 14 years. Mr. Speaker, government has paid 20.3 billion Ghana cedis in bonds coupon. Prices are up by 17%. Yield down by 300 basis points, and investor confidence is back. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has entered a new era of debt sustainability, anchored on discipline, right honorable macroeconomic management. In June 2025, Fitch lifted Ghana from restricted default to B-. Again, Moody's in October upgraded Ghana to CAA1. And Mr. Speaker, in November, these upgrades marks a global vote of confidence. Ghana is once again credible, stable, and open for business. Mr. Speaker, I take you to monetary and financial sector performance. Right Honorable Speaker, monetary policy in 2025 stayed tight but effective, thanks to prudent management by the central bank and the governor. The Speaker, the Bank of Ghana cut broad money growth to 16.6% and base money to 4.5%, sterilizing 55 billion Ghana cedis to stabilize the cedi and lock in the lowest inflation in 4 years. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's external sector remained strong in 2025. The current account surplus rose to 3.2% of GDP from 2%, driven by robust gold and cocoa export, higher remittance, and strict import management. Mr. Speaker, a $2.1 billion United States dollar trade surplus and growth in non-traditional exports showed a more diversified economy. The Ghana cedi appreciated against the US dollar from 16.35 Ghana cedi to the US dollar in November 2024 to 10 cedi 92 pesos as at 10th November 2025. Mr. Speaker, this represents a rare appreciation of 35% and eased inflation. Gold and cocoa powered the recovery. Gold earnings rose 68% to 11.2 billion United States dollars. Speaker, cocoa rose 170% to 2.47 billion United States dollars. Whilst oil dipped to 1.83 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's rising export firms reserves, and a stable cedi confirms one thing, that Ghana's recovery is real, disciplined, and indeed lasting. So, Speaker, take you to sectorial performance. Right Honorable Speaker, the story of Ghana's economic recovery in 2025 is best told through the work of our ministries, departments, and agencies. Across every sector, from agriculture and industry to governance, infrastructure and human development, performance in 2025 reflects disciplined execution and innovation. The Speaker, our task now is to sustain this momentum. We will boost productivity in agriculture and industry, accelerate infrastructure delivery, and strengthen governance and skills development. Sector ministers will present their outlook in detail, but the message is clear. Ghana is rebounding with purpose and rising with promise. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 medium-term policy objectives and targets is what I'm now going to present. Right Honorable Speaker, as we enter 2026, our mission is clear: to turn the hard-won stability of 2025 into shared prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the sacrifices made by Ghanaians over the past year have restored hope and confidence in our economy. Inflation is down, the cedi is stronger, and growth has regained momentum. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal strategy will match discipline with compassion. Our key fiscal policy priorities for 2026 are as follows. First will be to maintain fiscal discipline, Speaker. The second is to mobilize domestic resource through continuous implementation of our medium-term revenue strategy and inefficiency. And finally, Mr. Speaker, protect priority social spending in education, health and social protection, to shield the poor, and so great strategy will safeguard stability and drive growth, keep inflation low, the city strong and confidence high. And that will targeted band of 8 ±2 and easing only when safe. Speaker, the central bank is doing a good job. Right, Honorable Speaker, to advance our medium-term macroeconomic goal of stability, resilience and shared prosperity, government has set bold but achievable macroeconomic target for 2026 fiscal year and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, over the medium term, from 2026 to 2028, real GDP is set to rise steadily, averaging about 4.9% at the minimum. Non-oil GDP is programmed to grow around 5% at the minimum. So, Speaker, inflation will stay within 8 ±2% targeted band, reflecting a firm grip on price stability. The Speaker, the fiscal balance will remain strong, with the primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP from 2026 onwards. And right, Honorable Speaker, gross international reserves are expected to provide at least 3 months of import cover over the medium term. Right, Honorable Speaker, for the year 2026, we will achieve the following at the minimum. Real GDP growth of at least 4.8%, driven by continued expansion in infrastructure and service sectors, agriculture as well. Non-oil GDP, Mr. Speaker, at least 4.9%. End-year inflation for next year will be at least 8% ±2. Mr. Speaker, primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis in line with our fiscal responsibility framework to sustain discipline and debt sustainability. Gross international reserves of not less than 3 months of import cover, covering a strong external sector and a strong defense for the Ghana city. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's fiscal strategy over the medium term is to lock in stability and turn it into lasting growth. From 2026, government will sustain a primary surplus of at least 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis each year, anchoring fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, revenue and grant are projected to rise from 16.4% of GDP in 2025 to 16.9% in 2026, reaching 17% by 2029, driven by stronger tax administration. Right, Honorable Speaker, our focus is on expanding the tax net, not overburden existing taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, expenditure growth will remain disciplined, rising modestly from 15% of GDP in 2025 to 15.4% in 2026. As a result, the fiscal deficit will narrow sharply from 2.8% of GDP in 2025 to 2% in 2026 and 2.1% by 2029. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will target a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP, consistent with our fiscal anchor. The overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis is projected at 2.2% of GDP. On cash basis, the overall fiscal deficit is projected at 4% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, this fiscal stance balances consolidation with growth, maintaining discipline while safeguarding resources for productive investment under the Big Push infrastructure program and other national priorities. Mr. Speaker, and I'll take you to revenue mobilization for 2026. Right, Honorable Speaker, in 2026, government expects to collect total revenue and grant of 268.1 billion Ghana cedis, up from 226.7 billion in 2025, a strong 18.3% increase. Non-oil tax revenue, the backbone of domestic mobilization, is projected at 216.1 billion Ghana cedis, growing on the back of improved compliance and enforcement. Oil and gas receipts are expected to contribute 13.6 billion Ghana cedis supported by steady global prices. The Speaker, non-tax revenue is projected at 20.9 billion, with 18.2 billion retained by ministries, departments, and agencies to sustain essential service. The Speaker, additional inflows from Senate transfers and energy sector levies are estimated at 14.4 billion Ghana cedis, whilst development partners grant will add 3.1 billion to fund key projects. The Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis for 2026 is projected at 302.6.5 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 18.9% of GDP, 244.7 billion, or 15.3% of GDP, reflecting targeted spending that drives growth and delivers value. Compensation of employees is projected at 90.3 billion Ghana cedis, ensuring fair remuneration for public servants. The Speaker, 13.2 billion have been allocated for goods and services to improve efficiency across MDS. Right Honorable Speaker, capital expenditure will rise sharply to 57.5 billion Ghana cedis, or 3.6% of GDP, led by the Big Push Infrastructure Program, which alone will absorb 30 billion Ghana cedis for road development. The Speaker, interest payments are projected to decline to 57.7 billion thanks to prudent liability management. The Speaker, grant to statutory funds, energy payment, and other essential transfers totals 63.6 billion Ghana cedis, whilst ESLA and IPP commitments are estimated at 19.7 billion Ghana cedis. Overall, the 2026 appropriation stands at about 357.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is a bold yet responsible budget designed to sustain stability, build infrastructure, and improve the lives of every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to budget balances and financing. Right Honorable Speaker, the overall fiscal balance on commitment basis is projected at a deficit of 34.4 billion, equivalent to 2.2% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance records a surplus of 23.3 billion Ghana cedis, representing 1.5% of our GDP. Mr. Speaker, on cash basis, the overall deficit is projected at 64.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 4% of GDP. The cash deficit of 64.2 billion will be financed from balanced mix of foreign and domestic borrowing sources. The Speaker, foreign finance is projected as a net repayment of 6.6 billion, or 0.4% of GDP. This includes extended disbursement, expected disbursement from the IMF and the World Bank. The Speaker, domestic financing will amount to 71 billion Ghana cedis and will be sourced from long and short-term government securities. The Speaker, the strategy will support domestic market development and ensure their sustainability, as well as maintaining financial sector stability. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's 2025 to 2028 debt management strategy marks a decisive shift to responsible borrowing. With 93.5% of total debt restructured, 20.3 billion in domestic bonds, 13.1 billion in Eurobond, and 5.2 billion in bilateral loans. The Speaker, Ghana is firmly on a sustained path. The Speaker, the strategy focuses on cutting refinancing risk, reducing costs, deepening local markets, and boosting transparency. It revives the bond market, building liquidity buffers, and relies mainly on concessional financing from the IMF, World Bank, and bilateral partners. The Speaker, benchmarks including short-term debt below 15%, treasury bills, and 20% of domestic debt and foreign debt capped at 70%. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. The fiscal policy measures, structural reforms, and key policy initiatives build trust in our fiscal institutions and rekindled the hope of our country, that every community and every enterprise. The Speaker, the 2026 budget represents the next phase of our national renewal, a practical, forward-looking. It is the next chapter in building the Ghana we want, a nation that works around the clock, creates opportunities for all, and protect the dignity and dreams of every citizen. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to reaffirm government 3 key priorities for 2026. First, consolidation of macroeconomic stability. Second, we will accelerate economic transformation and job creation. And finally, we will strengthen the security and social sectors for inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, this budget builds on the stability of 2025 and channels it into action that delivers more jobs, better infrastructure, stronger industries, and better public service. Mr. Speaker, the budget moves Ghana from recovery to transformation and from promises to progress. Right Honorable Speaker, let me now outline the core policy measures, structural reforms, and key policy initiatives that will drive this transformation, each one designed to deliver tangible results, reduce the cost of living, empower businesses, and create decent jobs. First, on the fiscal policy measures and structural reforms. Mr. Speaker, government remains steadfast in the commitment to restore and sustain fiscal stability as the foundation for inclusive growth. We are pursuing a disciplined, data-driven fiscal strategy, one that raises more revenue, spend better, and protect the most vulnerable while safeguarding long-term stability. Mr. Speaker, to achieve our fiscal target for 2026 and the medium term, government will implement a comprehensive set of revenue, expenditure, and structural measures under post-mobilization through the implementation of the medium-term revenue strategy. In addition, government will undertake comprehensive VAT reforms. Will also tighten enforcement of tax arrests and exemptions, ensuring that all eligible entities pay their fair share. Mr. Speaker, these measures are expected to lift non-oil revenue to 15.7% of GDP in 2020. In 2025 budget and the media fiscal policy review, government made a firm promise to reform Ghana's value-added tax system to make it fairer, simpler, and more efficient. We pledge to remove distortions, addressing the cascading effect inherent in the VAT system, strengthen compliance, and create a tax regime that supports both businesses and fiscal stability. These distortions have negatively impacted overall welfare, increased the deadweight loss in the economy, and significantly reduced VAT compliance. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report to this House that we have finally delivered on that promise. Mr. Speaker, after months of detailed analysis and broad consultations with stakeholders, we have completed the design of modernized VAT system fit for Ghana's economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, government is therefore submitting to this House today and for approval, Mr. Speaker, a bold package of VAT reforms that will make our tax system more equitable, transparent, and business-friendly. Right Honorable Speaker, the new VAT reforms will do the following. We will abolish the COVID-19 health recovery levy. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the decoupling of Get Fund and National Health Insurance levies from the VAT tax base. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish VAT on the recognizance and prospecting of minerals. Mr. Speaker, we will reduce the effective VAT rate from 21.9% to 20%. Mr. Speaker, we will raise the VAT registration threshold from 200,000 to 750,000 cedis. Mr. Speaker, we will extend VAT zero rating on the supply of local manufacturing textiles to 2028. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, we promise to abolish the COVID-19 levy. With the support of this House, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that I'm happy to announce that today, COVID-19 levy is accordingly abolished. Mr. Speaker, by abolishing the COVID-19 levy, government is putting 3.7 billion Ghana cedis in the pockets of the individuals and businesses in 2026. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will also reduce the cost of doing business by 5% as a result of subjecting GET Fund and NHIL levies to input-output deductibility for businesses, Mr. Speaker. Altogether, the VAT reforms is expecting to give back nearly 6 billion Ghana cedis to businesses and households. We'll give it to you. Give it to you. 6 billion cedis, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, the VAT registration threshold has declined in approximately 48,000 Ghana cedis in recurrent values. Mr. Speaker, this means that small and micro businesses that were exempted in 2015 from VAT registration are now compelled to register and charge VAT. This has placed an undue burden on small and micro businesses and also increased the cost of administering VAT. Right, Honorable Speaker, the increase in VAT threshold is expected to address this problem and make VAT administration simpler and easier to implement. So, Speaker, VAT on mineral exploration and reconnaissance has led to very little investment in minerals exploration over the past 2 decades. So, Speaker, abolishing VAT on minerals exploration and reconnaissance will revive investor confidence, stimulate greenfield activities, and ensure the long-term sustainability of the country's mining sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, this measure will promote responsible mining and help to mitigate the hazard mineral prospecting that degrades our forests and water bodies. So, Speaker, to support the domestic textiles industry, government zero-rated the VAT on supply of local manufactured textiles, which is due to end in December 2025. Government is resolute in supporting the domestic textiles industry, which has demonstrated a capability to expand when given the appropriate fiscal incentives. Mr. Speaker, in line with this and the Ghana Textiles and Garment Policy, government has decided to extend the zero rating to end December 2028, protecting over 2,000 direct jobs. Mr. Speaker, the VAT reforms will make Ghana a more business-friendly economy, create the opportunity for businesses and expand for expansion and to create more jobs. Mr. Speaker, we are not only seeking to change the policy and framework around VAT, we are also deploying electronic and digital solutions to improve VAT administration. Mr. Speaker, the measures proposed will include the following: the introduction of digital solutions to tax collection system. The second is to introduce the fiscal electronic devices. The third, Mr. Speaker, the introduction of VAT reward schemes designed to encourage general public to assist with policing VAT revenues by collecting VAT receipt for purchases they make. Mr. Speaker, this will allow taxpayers to use their VAT receipt to benefit from a VAT promotion and reward scheme. Right, Honorable Speaker, these reforms mark a turning point in Ghana's value-added tax administration. They will make compliance easier for businesses, strengthen revenue mobilization, and enhance credibility of our fiscal framework for 2026 and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority will roll out a comprehensive public education and awareness campaign to ensure a smooth and transparent implementation of these reforms. Mr. Speaker, it honors our pledge to lighten the load on honest taxpayers whilst building a strong, fairer foundation for national development. Right, Honorable Speaker, beyond the VAT, government will, ahead of 2027, embark on a comprehensive reform of Ghana's key tax laws, including the Income Tax Act, Excise Tax Acts, and the Customs Tax Act, to align them with global best practices, promote equity and competitiveness, simplifying compliance and enhance revenue generation. The Ministry of Finance will commence these reviews in 2026, engage stakeholders and submit a draft to Parliament as part of the 2027 budget. Mr. Speaker, closing revenue leakages are the A recent audit revealed systemic weakness in classification, valuation, and cargo inspection. In 2024 alone, Ghana recorded imports valued at 204 billion Ghana cedis in cost insurance and fleet. Yet, only 85 billion Ghana cedis was taxable, pointing to misclassification and underinvoicing. To tackle this, government will deploy an AI-driven pre-arrival inspection for all cross-border shipment. Mr. Speaker, this technology is programmed to detect undervaluation, flag high-risk goods, and strengthen customs capacity to combat smuggling, improve safety, and protect national security. Right, Honorable Speaker, by integrating automation into port operations, we expect to significantly boost customs revenue, enhance trade efficiency, and close long-standing revenue gaps. Mr. Speaker, on the expenditure front, we will continue to rationalize spending by eliminating low-value programs and streamline earmark funds, freeing space for critical priority projects such as roads, energy, agriculture, and education. Mr. Speaker, every benefit for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, to achieve this and support the fiscal sustainability agenda, key expenditure measures for the 2026 fiscal year are as follows. The first will be that we will contain recurrent expenditures by capping non-essential expenditures such as foreign travels, workshops, and vehicle procurement, and elimination of low-impact programs. Mr. Speaker, we will rationalize the earmark funds, reinforce commitment authorization, continue to strengthen in infrastructure, particularly in the area of big push. Right, Honorable Speaker, on the structural reform side, we will pursue the following. Government will enforce sanctions under Section 96 to 98 of the Public Financial Management Act. The payroll validation exercise led by the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the Controller and Accountant General will also be done. So, Speaker, comprehensive review and audit of the budget preparation and implementation process will be undertaken. We will implement recommendations from the comprehensive arrest and commitment audit by the Auditor General, aided by EY and PwC. Right, Honorable Speaker, will strengthen fiscal discipline and accountability through the operationalization of revised Fiscal Responsibility Act. Mr. Speaker, we will institutionalize quarterly expenditure reviews. Right, Honorable Speaker, together, these measures will ensure that Ghana lives within its means, mobilize resources fairly, and spend efficiently. Fiscal discipline is not an end in itself. It is the bridge between stability and progress, between policy and real improvement in the lives of our people. Right, Honorable Speaker, the real value of Ghana's procurement threshold has eroded over time, trapping even small projects in slow, expensive approval cycles. The Speaker, the last review was in 2016. Since then, inflation and currency depreciation have made it nearly impossible for district assemblies, for example, to deliver basic community projects efficiently. The Speaker, the government is therefore updating procurement thresholds under the Public Procurement Act to restore their values and match today's market realities. Right, Honorable Speaker, years of inflation and weak oversight have drained real value from public spending. Too often, projects are overpriced, delayed, or abandoned because scrutiny comes only after money is spent. To fix this, government will establish an independent value for money office, a permanent guardian of efficiency, accountability, and fiscal integrity. Mr. Speaker, it will certify major projects before approval, monitor delivery, and evaluate results to ensure every city delivers measurable value. The office will enforce cost benchmarks, require public VFM certificate for contracts, and coordinate with the Auditor General, the Public Procurement Authority, and Internal Audit Agency to impose penalties for waste and fraud. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Value for Money Transparency Portal will publish certified projects and citizen feedback in real times. Mr. Speaker, this reform will save up to 3 billion Ghana cedis a year, cut contract inflation, and rebuild public trust. Mr. Speaker, the Value for Money Office is not just another agency. It is Ghana's watchdog for prudent spending and real results. Mr. Speaker, we will be making the following amendment. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's petroleum wealth must work harder for its people. Since 2011, our petroleum funds have earned barely 1% annually. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it proves that parking them only in low-risk foreign securities limits value creation. To change this, government would designate additional qualifying investment instrument under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. This was structure that would drive industrialization and jobs whilst improving long-term returns. Mr. Speaker, this reforms follows global best practices. Sovereign funds in Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and UAE now channel savings into productivity investment that powers growth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana must do same. The new framework will maintain strict safeguards, transparency, and performance audit to ensure every dollar earned earns real value. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the mindset shift from passive savings and earnings to productive investment. From idle reserves abroad, sit idle. It must build and must build our country. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to public debt management initiatives and one defined by foresight, discipline, and innovation. After stabilizing our debt trajectory through strong fiscal performance and debt restructuring, government focus now shift to building resilience. We are putting in place modern tools and systems to ensure that every borrowing decision supports growth, safeguards sustainability, and protect the public purse for future generations. Mr. Speaker, one of the key priorities for 2026 is to strengthen liability management in the domestic debt management market. Mr. Speaker, upon expiration of domestic debt exchange program restrictions in 21st February 2026, government will re-enter the domestic debt market strategically. Mr. Speaker, the immediate objective is to reduce our dependence on short-term treasury instruments, lower rollover risk, and create fiscal space for productive investment. Right Honorable Speaker, as part of the strategy to re-enter the domestic bond market, government will begin the issuance of domestic infrastructure bonds to fund critical infrastructure in the 2026 budget and beyond. Mr. Speaker, through buybacks, targeted cash management, we will actively smoothing the maturing reprofile of domestic debt and lower interest costs in line with our medium-term debt management strategy. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, I begin with the energy sector. Energy is the engine of Ghana's transformation. Our goal is to turn power from a constraint into a competitive advantage for every home, factory, and enterprise. Reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy will be the fuel that drives the 24-hour economy, powers industry, lights communities, and creates jobs. Through bold reforms, strategic investment, and smarter management, government is building an energy system that not only keeps the light on, but propels inclusive growth across every corner of our country. Mr. Speaker, I now go to gas to power transformation. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's gas to power strategy is transforming our energy future, shifting from costly light crude to cleaner, locally produced natural gas. This will cut generation costs by about 75%, strengthen energy security, and align with our climate goals. Gas production is rising fast in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the offshore Cape 3 Point partners, OCTP partners, have expanded capacity. Partners now supply about 110 130 from 110 million cubic feet per day. The Speaker, within 10 months, we have added more than 50 million. New agreement will add another 150 million standard cubic feet daily, ensuring reliable, affordable fuel for power generation. To process this additional gas for power generation, government is fast-tracking the Ghana Gas Processing Plant, GPP2. So, Speaker, this shift means cheaper power, cleaner energy, and a stronger, self-reliant Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker. In the medium term, a total of 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day will be produced by our OCTP and Jubilee partners, enough to generate up to 1,200 megawatts of power, bigger than Akosombo Dam. So, Speaker, beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of 1,200 megawatts state-owned thermal power plant to offtake the additional 1,150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, beginning 2026, government to offtake the additional 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. This plant will support the provision of reliable and affordable power and secures Ghana's energy future. Mr. Speaker, the 1,200 megawatts is bigger than what our almighty Akosombo can produce. Right, Honorable Speaker. Ghana's oil production has witnessed consistent decline over the years, falling from 71.4 million barrels in 2019 to an estimated 36 million barrels in 2025, almost 50% decline. President Mahama has taken decisive action to reverse this trend. Mr. Speaker, government investor-friendly reforms, a $2 billion United States framework agreement for the Jubilee and 10 fields to drill 20 new wells, and a $1.5 billion United States memorandum of intent with OCTP partners to expand operations. Mr. Speaker, this new investor-friendly environment has also drawn the interest of oil and gas majors such as Shell in our upstream industry. This is expected to bring in new capital, technology, and expertise to increase our oil and gas production. Right, Honorable Speaker, GNPC will commence drilling for oil on the offshore Voltaire Basin in October 2026. The prospects look good to expand Ghana's hydrocarbon production. Right, Honorable Speaker, an upstream regulatory and fiscal review is underway to make Ghana's petroleum regime more competitive, transparent, and stable. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will roll out Rural Electrification Acceleration and Urban Intensification Initiative to achieve universal access to power. Mr. Speaker, through a faster turnkey model, it will connect every unserved community, boost rural economies, and drive Ghana's 24-hour economy policy. An electricity intensification program will extend connections to all remaining homes and businesses, ensuring that no Ghanaian is left without power. Mr. Speaker, the rollout starts in Volta, Oti, Savannah, and Central regions in 2026, expanding nationwide by 2029 with off-grid solar to remote areas. Mr. Speaker, electricity will be universal, reliable, and life-changing. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will undertake feasibility studies on mini hydroelectronic potentials of the Volta, Red Volta, and other southern river systems. Mr. Speaker, through these coordinated reforms, from reviving the upstream oil and gas sector, securing gas supply, renegotiating IPPs, building a national power plant, expanding rural access, and reforming the operations of ECG, we are securing affordable and reliable energy for individuals and businesses. We are not just keeping the lights on, we are lighting the path for industrial transformation, job creation, and inclusive prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I will take you to agricultural sector initiatives. Right, Honorable Speaker, agriculture remains the heartbeat of Ghana's economy, the source of food, jobs, and dignity for millions of our people. Mr. Speaker, our vision is to make Ghana's agriculture commercial, modern, mechanized, market-driven, and youth and women-led. The focus is on creating agro-industries across the country, dynamic hubs where production, processing, and distribution happens around the clock. Mr. Speaker, this is how we will feed our people, provide raw materials for our industries, reduce imports, create jobs, and make farming profitable. Once again, Right Honorable Speaker, in view of that, we have developed a national policy on integrated oil palm development. So, Speaker, government is launching the National Policy on Integrated Oil Palm Development, a bold plan to turn Ghana's red gold into a powerhouse of jobs, industry, and foreign exchange. Right Honorable Speaker, despite being one of Africa's pioneers in oil palm, Ghana still imports nearly 200,000 metric tons of crude palm oil yearly, costing over $200 million United States dollars. This policy changes that by expanding plantation, boosting refinery and processing, will create about 250,000 jobs. So, Speaker, the goal is clear. 100,000 hectares of new plantation, self-sufficiency in palm oil, and global competitiveness, and creating 250,000 jobs in the value chain. To unlock this potential, government will secure a large climate-suitable land banks through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to ensure fair compensation, secure tenure, and full environmental compliance. This marks a new dawn for Ghana's agro-industrial transformation. Mr. Speaker, we are putting together a $500 million equivalent oil palm development financing window. Mr. Speaker, oil palm plantation development requires patience and long-term capital and not short-term loans. To meet these needs, government is establishing $500 million equivalent oil palm development financing window with the World Bank, DFIs, and our development bank. So, Speaker, it will offer long-term, low-interest financing, 5-year grace period, and cover up to 70% of project costs, targeting only sustainable job-creating ventures. Right, Honorable Speaker, smallholder farmers will be at the center of this policy. Mr. Speaker, through our Outgrower Partnership Scheme, they will access improved seedlings, mechanization, credit, and guarantee offtake at a fair price. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority, Oil Palm Research Institute, OPRI, and the Ghana Exim Bank will provide technical support. Research Finance Development Authority will regulate production for edible oils will be introduced to curb smuggling and protect local production. So, Speaker, together, these reforms will make Ghana self-sufficient, export-ready, and regional leader in sustainable palm oil by 2032. Right, Honorable Speaker, this policy is more than agriculture. It is a blueprint for industry. The vision. This adds the vision to turn every palm planted into a lasting prosperity. So, Speaker, we will establish farmer service centers. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the Farmer Service Centers initiative, the government will provide agriculture mechanization machinery for 50 agricultural districts with over 4,400 different machineries. So, Speaker, these machineries will include the following. So, Speaker, we'll be getting 660 tractors, 3,000 tractor trailers, 200 mini tractors, 200 mini tractor trailers, 200 mini tractor tillers, mini tractor harrows, 200 mini tractor cutter-bars. Mr. Speaker, 200 mini tractor mowers, 330 16-disc harrows, 1,000 kg mineral fertilizer spreaders, 104-row precision seed drills, 106-row precision seed drill, 300 800-liter boom sprayers, 50 combined harvesters, 50 maize headers for combined harvesters. And Mr. Speaker, will also provide 25 soil header for combined harvesters. Right, Honorable Speaker. Our farmers always cried, Mr. Speaker, our farmers have always carried Ghana on their shoulders. The transformation has begun. Agriculture is not just an occupation. It is the engine of Ghana's renewal. Mr. Speaker, in response to the food glut across the country, President Mahama has directed the immediate release of an additional 200 million Ghana cedis to food crops and poultry farmers. The Speaker, that will be processed ASAP. Right, Honorable Speaker, purchase rice. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, President Mahama has also directed that all schools, from basics to secondary schools, to purchase rice, maize, chicken, and eggs produced in Ghana only. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Education, the Ghana Education Trust Fund, the School Feeding Program, the Free Secondary Education Secretariat, and the National Food Buffer Stores Company are accordingly directed to ensure strict compliance without fail. Mr. Speaker, I will now take you to the Big Push Infrastructure Program. Right, Honorable Speaker. The Big Push Infrastructure Program, launched under the leadership of President Mahama, is Ghana's largest investment in modern infrastructure, valued at an equivalent of $10 billion United States dollars. It is turning fiscal stability into visible progress by building roads, bridges, ports, and logistics. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, 13.8 billion Ghana cedis was dedicated to strategic road projects across all regions, guided by economic returns, equity, and alignment with 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, contractors are now on site on most of the projects. Mr. Speaker, these projects are expected to complete by May 2027, with payment assured within 30 days. Right, Honorable Speaker, within 30 days of submitting IPCs. Mr. Speaker, the goal is clear. Connect Ghana end to end, making infrastructure the backbone of industrialization and opportunity, from farms to factories and from homes to market. Right, Honorable Speaker, following feasibility studies, two transformative projects have been added to the Big Push. Mr. Speaker, they are the Accra-Kumasi Expressway and the Achi-Amamfrom-Adorso Bridge. Mr. Speaker, let me now provide some details about these two iconic infrastructure projects. Right, Honorable Speaker, a flagship of the Big Push infrastructure program is Ghana's Kumasi, the Accra-Kumasi-Arachna Class A Expressway, stretching 198.7 kilometers. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway will link the capital to the Ashanti region through the Greater Accra and Eastern region, linking the south to the north. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway, which is on a new alignment, will reduce current travel distance by 50 kilometers, from 250 kilometers to 198.7 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway is also expected to have travel time between Accra and Kumasi, reducing transport costs by nearly 40%. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway project alone is expected to create over 30,000 direct and indirect jobs during construction. Right, Honorable Speaker, beyond mobility, it will stimulate industrial parks, logistic hubs, and service economies along its route, powering the 24-hour economy and strengthening Ghana's competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra Hub, Adesso, Esaman Kese, Achem Oda, Ofuase, Lake Bosumtre, and Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra Hub, Adesso, Isaman Kese, Achem. It will also include 3 major bridges over the Birim and Pra rivers. Right, Honorable Speaker, the project will include 4 service areas equipped with emergency medical facilities, fire stations, maintenance and rescue centers, catering rest stops, fuel stations, electric vehicle charging stations, and parking lots. Right, Honorable Speaker, these facilities will operate 24 hours in line with our 24-hour economy program. Mr. Speaker, 2 modern 20-toll lane plaza, the Accra mainline toll plaza and the Kumasi mainline toll plaza will deploy automated systems to ensure efficient revenue collection and minimal delays. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway will open up our dear country. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Adosu Echiamanfom Bridge and related road network will open up the farm prince to large-scale commercial agriculture. This is urgently required to unlock the agriculture and economic potential of the farm prince enclave. Mr. Speaker, government has also identified one of the major causes of food inflation to be bad roads linking food-producing enclaves to market. Mr. Speaker, as a result, government is announcing a 3-year program to construct 1,000 kilometers of agriculture enclave roads. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Agriculture Enclave Roads program will be implemented by the Department of Feeder Roads under the Ministry of Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, the roads will be carefully selected and constructed in food processing enclaves only with the support of the Ministry of Agriculture. Right, Honorable Speaker, this will ensure that food produced is transported from farm gate to market to reduce transportation costs, post-harvest losses, and enhance food security generally. Mr. Speaker, the Big Push Infrastructure Program is more than a construction drive. It is a nation-building vision. It will create thousands of jobs, empower local contractors, and strengthen linkages with domestic industries in agro-processing, manufacturing, and construction, so that growth is not confined. Through the Big Push, we are proving that Ghana can build its way into prosperity. One road, one bridge at a time. Mr. Speaker, this is the era of infrastructure. Ghana will not only build to recover, but will build to transform. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Airport Company will also, new airport at Bogatanga, build a multi-purpose car park and a connecting concourse between the Terminal 2 and Terminal 3 at the Kotoka International Airport. Mr. Speaker, land and natural resources are the foundation of Ghana's wealth and future. For too long, our land system have been slowed. Opaque, our land administration system have been slow, opaque, and prone to fraud. Mr. Speaker, this is stifling investment and opportunities. Government has launched a technology-led land administration reform to bring forth transparency and speed to land transactions. Right, Honorable Speaker, every Ghanaian will soon be able to register, verify, and transfer land online, ending the era of missing files, corruption, and disputes. So, Speaker, to sustain this transformation, the Land Commission, working with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, will retain all its revenue to fund a technology-led national land registry. So, Speaker, this will integrate land, planning, and property data on one secure platform. So, Speaker, this will unlock access to credit, boost agriculture business, and make land a catalyst for jobs. So protecting Ghana's forest. Government is also protecting Ghana's forest, rivers, and mineral wealth. So, Speaker, key water bodies and forest reserves have been declared high security zones, with 1,000 officers deployed and real-time tracking of mining equipment by Minerals Commission has been instituted. We are working with traditional leaders and communities to reclaim degraded land and restore ecosystems. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will partner with private sector to reclaim 10,000 hectares using fast-growing tree species. Right, Honorable Speaker. Government is positioning modern textiles and garment as a cornerstone of Ghana's industrial transformation. 3 new garment factories in Bono East, Central and Eastern regions will be established to operate under the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, this will create about 20,000 direct jobs and boost community livelihood through private sector partnership. To strengthen local manufacturing, export of non-ferrous scrap metals and raw rubber will be restricted under the Feed the Industry program. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen local manufacturing, export of non-ferrous scrap metals and raw rubbers will be restricted under the Feed the Industry program. This will channel raw materials to domestic processes, support component manufacturing, and build stronger value chain in metals and rubber-based industries. Right, Honorable Speaker, 7 new agro-processing plants in the Northern, Central, Ahafo, Bono, Northeast, Bono East, and Western North regions will soon be fully operational. This will process yam, fish, poultry, cashew, rice, shea, and palm kernel oil, cutting post-harvest losses, generating 700 direct jobs, and providing reliable markets for thousands of farmers. Mr. Speaker, these initiatives mark a decisive shift from exporting raw materials to building factories, adding value, and creating jobs for our dear youth. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the President's Accelerated Export Development Initiative to enhance value addition, 2 new cashew processing plants to be financed by the Ghana Exim Bank will be constructed at Sampa in the Jama North municipality of the Bono region and Abuabo Techiman in the Bono East region. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to education. Mr. Speaker, we recognize education as a transformative tool and a catalyst for social mobility. We will deepen our investment in education, especially on infrastructure, to cultivate a generation of informed global citizens. Right Honorable Speaker, we have developed a program, a 2-year program, to end double track. Mr. Speaker, education is the ladder by which nations climb to prosperity. And for Ghana, the ladder must be strong, wide, and with good and transformative initiative to upgrade, modernize, and expand access to secondary education across the country succeed. Right Honorable Speaker, many schools are overcrowded and others lack the infrastructure or resources to deliver quality education. As a result of this, the previous administration introduced the double track system, which have adversely affected the academic calendar and the quality of our education. Mr. Speaker, government is rolling out a 2-year program to end the double track system in our secondary schools. We will expand infrastructure, enhance quality, and improve access. This program will eliminate the double track system and ensure that every child can attend school full-time in dignity schools by building new classroom blocks, dormitories, and quality improvement. Dormitories, libraries, science and ICT laboratories. Right Honorable Speaker, the reality is that whilst Category A and B schools receive overwhelming demand, Category C schools, which hold more than half of available spaces, remain under-enrolled due to infrastructure and quality gaps. Mr. Speaker, this inequality must end, and indeed it will end. Right Honorable Speaker, we will accordingly upgrade 30 Category C schools to Category B. Mr. Speaker, we will build new classrooms, dormitories, and modern science resource centers for these new schools. Government will complete 30 of the abandoned E-blocks in urban and peri-urban areas and expand access for students in high-demand areas. Right Honorable Speaker, government has also decided to enhance infrastructure and teaching and learning resources to improve outcomes at the basic level. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, GET Fund will construct 200 new junior high schools, 200 new primary schools, 200 new kindergartens. Mr. Speaker, GET Fund again will construct 400 4-unit teacher bungalows. And Mr. Speaker, 400 places of convenience in underserved communities and schools. Mr. Speaker, each of these will come with furnishing. This will also provide access to more than curriculum-based textbooks covering the following: 4 sets of KG textbooks and workbooks for about 1 million learners, 4 sets of primary textbooks for 2 million learners, and 9 sets of JHS 3 textbooks for 1 million learners. Right Honorable Speaker, GET Fund will provide the following for secondary schools and some selected district education directorate. Mr. Speaker, GET Fund will supply 2 million pieces of metal mono decks and chairs, 200 unit 66-seater buses, 200 double cabin pickups, and 50 saloon cars. Right Honorable Speaker, President's economic diplomacy is yielding results. During his recent visit to China and Japan, he secured about 60 million United States dollars for the construction of a science and technology university in the Savannah region at Damango. The Speaker, and the modern health sector initiatives. Right Honorable Speaker, health is the heartbeat of national development, and no country can build lasting prosperity without healthy population. The 2026 budget marks a decisive step in our national journey to reset, modernize, and expand Ghana's health infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, government will begin the construction of 6 new regional hospitals for 6 newly created regions, beginning with 3 hospitals in 2026 and 2 district hospitals at Bole and Shama. Mr. Speaker, also in 2026, government will complete 10 Agenda 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, in addition, we will continue the following abandoned hospital project. The Speaker will continue the La General Hospital, Efiem Kwanta Hospital in Sekondi Takoradi Metropolis, Komfo-Anokye Maternity Block, and the Ashanti Regional Hospital in Sewua. Right Honorable Speaker, this project symbolizes our commitment to restoring trust and confidence in public health care delivery. Mr. Speaker, government will upgrade 7 hospitals to provide enhanced, also known as the Mahama Cares, was established by the Ghana Medical Trust Fund Act to guarantee sustainable and kidney diseases are forced to choose between life and livelihood. This goal is to build a health system that provides care for every Ghanaian, regardless of income or location, and to move decisively towards universal health coverage. In 2026, Mahama Cares will introduce a comprehensive NCD financing, non-communicable disease financing policy that defines eligible conditions, approved service lists, tariffs, and essential medicines. This will ensure that patients receive uninterrupted care without exorbitant out-pocket expenses. Mr. Speaker, diagnostics and treatment centers will be built on a PPP basis in all major hospitals across the country. This will provide testing and treatment facilities for all the key identified non-communicable diseases under the Mahama Cares program. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, we will retool the Ghana Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, before I armed forces, in his memory, Mr. Speaker, government will, from 2026, launch a comprehensive modernization program to strengthen the Ghana Armed Forces, Navy, and Air Force to today's evolving security challenges. Mr. Speaker, this program will upgrade logistics, equipment, and infrastructure across all services. Mr. Speaker, for the Army, government has moved to renegotiate the 80 million Elbit Systems contract to secure 19 armor personnel carrier needed to boost ground readiness. Mr. Speaker, for the Navy, we will acquire the 272-meter offshore patrol vessels fitted with helipads and modern combat systems to protect Ghana's maritime borders, offshore energy, asset, and trade routes. Mr. Speaker, these ships will restore control over our exclusive economic zones and strengthen national resilience at sea. Right Honorable Speaker, for the Air Force, the procurement will begin in 2026 for 4 new helicopters and 2 aircraft to enhance, let me repeat. Right Honorable Speaker, let me repeat. For the Air Force, procurement will begin immediately in 2026 for 4 new helicopters and 2 aircraft to enhance airlift, patrol, and emergency response operation. Mr. Speaker, this retooling agenda will transform Ghana's armed forces into a modern, agile, and mission-ready defense force worthy of our sovereignty and the sacrifice of our heroes. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana National Fire Service lacks basic equipment to enable them function effectively in their duty to ensure public safety and to protect lives and property. Government will retool the Ghana National Fire Service with 100 fire tenders and assorted fire equipment. Mr. Speaker, government will also work with the private sector to bring in high-rise fire equipment. This will improve the effectiveness of Ghana National Fire Service to respond to emergencies. Mr. Speaker, I'll take you to water. Access to clean and safe sanitation is more than infrastructure. Indeed, it is a foundation of dignity, public health, and national resilience. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, We will intensify our effort with a bold and practical program to complete key water treatment assets across the country. Mr. Speaker, we will begin the construction of critical water treatment plants in Damango, Tamale, and Yendi to provide quality drinking water for the rapidly expanding populations in these 3 major cities of our country. Mr. Speaker, sports remain one of Ghana's greatest unifying forces and a powerful drive of youth development, community pride, and national identity. Yet, for far too long, large parts of our country, especially the new created regions, have lacked the facility to nurture and showcase talent. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Mahama administration is determined to change this. Beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of modern sports stadiums in 3 out of 8 regions without sports to develop their skills, attract sports tourism, and serve as a training hub for regional and national teams. Beyond football, they will also support athletics, volleyball, boxing, and other disciplines that have long defined Ghana's sporting heritage. Mr. Speaker, we also take this opportunity to acknowledge the resilience and commitment of our Black Stars, whose qualification for the World Cup continues to inspire our nation. Right, Honorable Speaker, in 2026, government will rehabilitate the National Theatre in Accra. We will also commence site acquisition and design of a second National Theatre in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, we will establish film fund to revive the film industry, such as Kumawood and other film associations. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will also establish creative arts fund for the arts, music, fashion, food, and other creative sectors. Right, Honorable Speaker, in 2026, government will increase allocation to the District Assembly Common Fund to peoples living with disability from 3% to 5%. Mr. Speaker, part of this amount will be used to acquire and distribute rechargeable motorized wheelchairs to people living with disability. Mr. Speaker, the distribution will be done through the National Council for Persons with Disability. Right, Honorable Speaker, effective governance begins with evidence. That's what we cannot measure, we cannot manage. Mr. Speaker, the budget renews government commitment to building a data-driven economy anchored on accurate, timely, and transparent statistics. Right, Honorable Speaker, in 2026, the Ghana Statistical Service will be rebasing the GDP and CPI to better reflect today's economy. This will sharpen growth and inflation data, strengthen planning, and provide regional GDP estimates to guide local development. The new CPI will give truer picture of living costs across all regions. So, Speaker, I now take you to resource allocation, where the resources are going. So, Speaker, as we enter 2026, we move from stabilization to acceleration. This budget translates confidence into concrete investment that improves daily lives. Mr. Speaker, including the provision of better roads, schools and hospitals, reliable power, jobs, and targeted support for the vulnerable. Right, Honorable Speaker. Following the Speaker, to unlock round-the-clock productivity, export and decent jobs under the 24-hour economy, we are providing an allocation of 110 million Ghana cedis in 2026 for the implementation of the 24-hour economy program. Mr. Speaker, we will be leveraging with the 24-hour economy program will be leveraging with GIF and DBG and provide private capital to keep financing largely of the sovereign balance sheet. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 2.2 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Right, Honorable Speaker, of this amount, we have allocated 245 million Ghana cedis for the Nkokon Ketsenketse and Livestock Program. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated another 200 million Ghana cedis to the National Food Buffer Stocks Company to purchase excess food storage. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 6.9 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent of 500 million, for the National Policy on Integrated Oil Palm Program between 2026 and 2032. Right Honorable Speaker, to facilitate transportation of farm produce to market and reduce food inflation, we have allocated 828 million Ghana cedis for the construction of 1,000-kilometer agriculture enclave road for 2026. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 690 million to commence the operationalization of the Farmers Service Center. Right Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 2 billion Ghana cedis for phase 1 of the Rural Electrification Acceleration and Urban Intensification Initiative in 2026 alone. We have also allocated an amount of 15.2 billion Ghana cedis for the energy sector shortfalls. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 4.8 billion Ghana cedis to pay down some of the IPP legacy debt as we have negotiated. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 4.3 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Roads and Highways for road construction. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 3 billion Ghana cedis to the Road Maintenance Trust Fund to construct 10 kilometers each in 166 constituencies in 2026 to keep roads more trouble in our constituencies. Right Honorable Speaker, to strategically open the country, linking nations, national and regional capitals, we are allocating 30 billion Ghana cedis in 2026 for the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 33.3 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Education for its program and activities in 2026. Again, Mr. Speaker, aside the amount allocated to the Ministry of Education, we have also allocated 9.9 billion Ghana cedis to the Ghana Education Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, we have provisioned an amount of 4.2 billion Ghana cedis for the free secondary education program. Mr. Speaker, to end the double track, we have allocated 1.1 billion Ghana cedis for the infrastructure programs I mentioned earlier. Mr. Speaker, again, we have allocated an amount of 537 million Ghana cedis for the no-fees stress policy. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. We have allocated 25 million Ghana cedis for free tertiary education for persons living with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 3 billion Ghana cedis to be able to procure 4 sets of textbooks for KG books and workbooks for about 200,000 learners, 4 sets of primary textbooks for 2 million learners, 9 sets of JHS 3 textbooks for 500 million learners, and procurement of over 2 million pieces of men to the secondary schools across the country. Right Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated 2 billion Ghana cedis for the construction of 200 new junior high schools, 200 new primary schools, 200 kindergartens, 400 KG 4-unit teacher bungalows, and 400 places of convenience in underserved communities. Mr. Speaker, to improve learning outcomes, we have allocated 157 million Ghana cedis for capitation grant. Right Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 1.98 billion Ghana cedis for school feeding program. We have allocated 292 million for free sanitary pads for girls. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 207 million for the teacher training allowance and 169 million Ghana cedis for BEC registration. Mr. Speaker, we have programmed an amount of 9 billion Ghana cedis in 2026 for national health insurance claim, essential medicine, bridging support, and free medical health care. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 2.3 billion Ghana cedis for the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, the Mahama Cares, to support Ghanaians battling chronic diseases such as 474 million Ghana cedis for nursing training allowances. We have also allocated 600 million to construct 3 new regional hospitals Again, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 79 million to upgrade 7 hospitals and provide enhanced maternal and child health services. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. We have allocated 100 million Ghana cedis to complete 10 Agenda 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 1.1 billion Ghana cedis for LEAP program to protect the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, to crowd in finance for women-owned micro, small, medium enterprises, we have provided 401 million Ghana cedis to fully capitalize the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, 400 million. Mr. Speaker, this is the minimum capital requirement needed to establish a standard commercial bank. Mr. Speaker, to scale skills for jobs at pace, we are allocating 170 million for the National Apprenticeship Program. Right Honorable Speaker, digital skills and SME competitiveness. We are providing 100 million for the National Coders Program and 160 million for the Dumawura Program. Mr. Speaker, we have also provisioned 100 million for monthly allowances to Assembly members. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 8.9 billion Ghana cedis for the District Assembly's Common Fund, with a minimum of 80% of releases flowing directly to the District Assemblies to execute priority projects. Right Honorable Speaker, we are repeating the 2025 guidelines for spending the 80% in 1 million for the rebasing of GDP and CPI and related activities. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 150 million Ghana cedis for the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, NIMOS, for the activities against illegal mining and forest degradation. Mr. Speaker, government has allocated an amount of 20 million Ghana cedis to the film fund as seed money to revive the film industry, such as Kuma Wood and other film associations. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 20 million Ghana cedis to the Creative Arts Fund as seed money for the arts, music, fashion, food, and other creative sectors. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. We have allocated 400 million Ghana cedis for the Integrated Recycling and Compost Plant Project, the IRECOPS. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis has also been allocated for the construction of fishing markets. Right Honorable Speaker, again, an amount of 50 million has been allocated for the purchases of fishing net and outboard motors. We have also allocated 100 million Ghana cedis for the aquaculture development. Mr. Speaker, again, an amount of 500 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for district housing, including resettlement of the Akosombo Dam spillage victims. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 200 million Ghana cedis has also been allocated for the construction of mini stadiums in 3 regions. Mr. Speaker, again, an amount of 150 million has been allocated for the procurement of fire tenders and assorted fire equipment. And finally, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 150 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the Black Stars to participate in the World Cup. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. The 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government is specifically designed to create up to 800,000 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government is specifically designed to create up to 800,000 new jobs. The 63 billion road contracts under the Big Push awarded so far would generate an estimated 490,000 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, this estimation is consistent with the World Bank metrics on job creation from road infrastructure or road investment. Mr. Speaker, the 3 new garment factories will create over 20,000 direct jobs. 7 agro-processing plants will employ about 700 people directly and thousands more through supply chain. Mr. Speaker, national policy on integrated oil palm development will create 250,000 jobs across the value chain. Mr. Speaker, the farmer service centers would generate thousands in machinery operations, maintenance, and logistics. Right, Honorable Speaker, these investments are not isolated. They are part of an integrated national effort to turn stability, which is the engine of jobs and growth. In this regard, we have capitalized the National Investment Bank and will capitalize the ADB and CBG with 1 billion Ghana cedis before the year ends this year. Mr. Speaker, the 400 million Ghana cedis allocated to the Women's Development Bank would deliver affordable financing to small businesses and enterprise, such as Labisi Adam, Prince Layovo, and Caroline Sphere, who I met during my engagement at the Takoradi Market Circle and the Kotokraba Market. Mr. Speaker, in agriculture, 1.7 billion Ghana cedis is being invested in roads, processing zones, and value chains, value additions. Mr. Speaker, directly where jobs are created and livelihood are improved. Mr. Speaker, the new VAT and income tax reforms will cut businesses. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are building an economy where businesses can grow and employ more. Inflation is down, the city is stable, and the interest rates have fallen sharply. Mr. Speaker, together with reliable energy, fiscal discipline, and policy predictability, these measures are restoring confidence and drawing private investment back into the economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, job creation is not a slogan for us, but rather the purpose behind every policy, reform, and investment we make. Mr. Speaker, this is how we build a Ghana we live in to contribute to its growth. Mr. Speaker, I now go to conclusion. Right, Honorable Speaker, the 2026 budget statement and economic policy. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, let us take a moment to appreciate how far Ghana has come in just under 10 months. Mr. Speaker, the Mahama administration assumed office on the 7th of January 2025. We inherited an economy crippled by high debt, fiscal recklessness, high inflation, fast depreciating currency, low investor confidence, dwindling foreign direct investment flows, massive uncontrolled corruption that has become endemic, draining public resources and suffocating growth. Mr. Speaker, we also inherited high energy insecurity, high unemployment, and unbearable hardship for almost every Ghanaian household. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana was indeed at the bottom of the abyss, a nation in distress with its economy bleeding and its people weary, yet yearning for a government with a courage to turn this around. Mr. Speaker, through decisive leadership, bold reforms, and resilience of the Ghanaian people, we began to turn the tide. Mr. Speaker, the result speaks for itself. In less than a year, we have recorded a strong economic growth, falling inflation, a strong and stable cedi, improved external buffers, dependent fiscal oversight, lower borrowing costs, significant debt reduction, restored investor confidence, expanded social protection, better debt management strategy, and massive infrastructure development. Right, Honorable Speaker, this progress is the fruit of sacrifice and discipline. Ghanaians tightened their belt, businesses adapted, and government stayed the course. Barely a year ago, our economy was uncertain. Today, the cedi in your pocket is stronger. Prices are reducing, and new opportunities are emerging across agriculture, industry, and technology. Mr. Speaker, to our international partners and investors, we say Ghana is back, strong, credible, and open for business. Right, Honorable Speaker, The story of Ghana is no longer one of crisis, but a recovery and renewal. Mr. Speaker, the reforms we have undertaken are not quick fixes. They are the foundation of resilience, competitiveness, and inclusive economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Mahama administration is not just stabilizing the economy, it is rebuilding a nation. Our commitment to fiscal discipline, social equity, and sustainable growth remains firm. Mr. Speaker, we will protect the gains we have made, consolidate stability, and ensure that no Ghanaian is left behind. Right, Honorable Speaker, this budget is more than numbers. It is a message of hope. It tells every Ghanaian child, farmer, teacher, trader, and entrepreneur that their sacrifices matter, that Ghana's recovery is real, and that their government is working tirelessly to build a fairer, prosperous, and self-reliant nation. Mr. Speaker, the storm has passed. The foundation is firm. The horizon is bright. Together, Mr. Speaker, under the visionary leadership of President Mahama, the nation builder, we are building the Ghana we want, a Ghana that works for all, thrives in peace, and stands tall once again as the beacon of Africa's renewal. Mr. Speaker, we are indeed race-setting for growth, jobs, and economic transformation. Right, Honorable Speaker, I so present. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You know this is the most watched budget.
members. fancy, they still and same, we shall wait.
Well, welcome back, and that was it. The 2026 budget presented by the finance minister, and you can understand whatever is happening in Parliament now between the majority and the minority. Both sides trying as much as possible for their voices to be heard. But you saw the finance minister present the 2026 budget statement and economic policy for this country, delivered on a significant boost to the private sector, household budgets, headlines by comprehensive overhaul of the nation's value added tax tools. One thing that our guest here talked about, that's Dr. Peter Tetmet, that he hopes that something will be done about our VAT rate, and something also was done about that. Significant things talked about by the finance minister. We'll take you back to Parliament to get other reactions coming from both sides, the minority and then the majority. But before that, let me pick one or two thoughts from our guest here. Doc, thanks again for your time and your patience too. What do you make of everything so far? At least the VAT, we've seen some bit of reduction in there. We've seen COVID-19 also being taken out, abolished and all that. Yes.
In fact, first of all, congratulations to the finance minister for presenting the budget finally. We've all been waiting for. And in fact, my key takeout actually met my expectation to a large extent. And I feel excited because there are key things I was expecting to be in the budget and they were there. I mean, I spoke about the VAT reforms, and like I indicated, these being disturbing businesses. I mean, the COVID levy, the Get Fund levy, the health insurance levy, which add up to 6%. And then the tax on VAT, I mean, for them to reduce it from 21.9 to 20, reduction of 1% is a huge reduction when it comes to businesses because of the, volume of businesses that goes on. So if you reduce tax by every 1%, that is huge. And so I commend the government for this, and it's going to help to reduce cost of doing business in Ghana and also reduce prices to the final consumer as well. Then also one thing that also caught my attention was the need to develop the oil palm.
The oil palm, yeah.
And because the value chain for oil palm is so good that if we develop it very well, it's going to solve a lot of problems. Because you see, everything about oil palm is money.
Everything about
everything about oil palm.
What they call, is it the red gold or so? Yeah.
That's what they say, the red gold.
Yeah.
Because the red oil, you can use it, you refine it into the vegetable oil, and then also even the residue, it can be used to produce margarine, some soap.
Oh.
Yes. And I mean, also the nuts, the kernel, you know, apart from the kernel oil, palm kernel oil that we have, the shell, what is called PKS, is also used as energy to power thermal plant, to power boilers.
Oh, okay.
And so the oil palm industry is an industry that if we focus on very well, just like Malaysia, is going to generate, India is going to generate a lot of revenue for the economy. Some years past, I think in the 60s, 70s, oil palm was a huge, income earner for this country. And so we have to go back to take, and I'm happy they are going to do about 100,000 hectares. That is going to be huge.
Okay.
And that is going to help. It's going to generate a lot of employment as well. And the good thing is that they've set up, they've been able to, I would say lobby for some $500 million from the, World Bank for this, which is very good to develop the oil palm. And I also think that the big push, looking at the infrastructure development they want to roll out coming 2026, shows that government is going to spend a lot in 2026. And as we are exiting the IMF, that's the caution that we have to all be careful about, so that the excessive spending will not, erode the gains you are making now, like inflation, for instance. And so, for me, this key takeout, in fact, another one is the energy as well. The energy sector also. I've realized that ECG revenue has improved drastically.
Yes.
I'm
wondering what they're doing different now.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they are doing exactly, from 900 million to 1.7 billion cedis monthly. That's amazing. And also the thermal plant they want to establish as well. They want to establish another thermal plant. And this is going to help. You see, the gas that is being emitted from the, oil exploration, that we seem not to know, how to, actually receive oil to help us in our plant. I think that for them to establish a plant to be able to support that is very good. And I think that looking at it from a large extent, as for budget, you only have to pray that you don't have external factors that will come to affect you. Other than that, and one aspect to have seen that they've not been too overly ambitious of our revenue, because if you look at the revenue projection, they're talking of about 268 billion against 226 billion that they budgeted for in 2025. This has not been overly ambitious. And I think that, if you look at the way domestic revenue collection has been, this year has not been that good. And I'm not surprised, because they have reformed the VAT. And so definitely you should expect that you don't want to be overly ambitious about your projection. And so, to a large extent, government has actually given us hope in terms of what they want to do. Employment creation. When you look at Shell, for instance, they want to establish a processing factory. Yeah. They want to, help so that all the waste that we've been seeing in the system will be reduced. They want to also restrict raw rubber export as well. These are all meant to protect the local economy. We've been talking about adding value to our raw materials. And so, looking at what they want to do, the garment factories they want to establish, they want to establish 3 new garment factories as well. So, I pray that this will materialize, and it will make the economy very busy.
Yes. And
when people are busy, people get up, they are able to go to work and come, they get something, then it makes us, see Ghana as home to be, so that the exodus of the youth from the country will be reduced. Once they know that there is something decent to do here, why would they like to travel for, non-existing, greener pastures.
He also talked about, narrowing Ghana's fiscal deficit sharply from 2.8% of GDP, that was in 2025, to that of 2% in 2026. This also is in the move of maintaining that fiscal discipline. I'm wondering how that could be achievable, looking at the projects outlined.
That's very true.
And a lot of money is going to go into it. And if you still want to be fiscally disciplined in that space, how that can be well balanced so that you can achieve that 2% you're looking out for.
That's very true. Once you set up to you set up to do something, and you want to comply with what you want to do, that is one of the ways of achieving your target. Because it's a budget, one of the challenges we had in the past where we've been having high deficit is as a result of overspending.
Yes.
And most of the time, if you want to do, say, for instance, they said they want to build schools, 200 primary, 200 junior high, kindergarten. Before I realized they are doing 300. And so one of the challenges that we face that contributed to large deficits in the past is because our budget is always thrown overboard. And also procurement inefficiencies that result in that as well.
All right, okay. Let's go back to Parliament House and finally have the conclusion of the entire proceedings. We'll be back.
Honorable members, I refer you to Order 195 of the Standing Orders of the House, particularly 195.3, and I quote, "Whenever the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending is presented by the minister responsible for finance on behalf of the president, the commentary on it shall stand adjourned for not less than 3 days. 4, the part of the budget statement and economic policy of the government and the heads of estimates that relate to the ministries, departments, agencies, parliament, the judiciary, and other independent constitutional bodies shall stand committed to the relevant committees that have responsibility for the subject matter. And each committee shall consider the relevant part of the budget and the head of estimates committed to that committee and report to the House within a time as the business committee may determine. 5, any other part of the budget statement and economic policy of the government that relates to revenue and expenditure shall stand committed to the Finance Committee, which shall consider and report to the House within a time as the Business Committee may determine. Honorable members, I so direct, as clearly detailed out in the standing orders, that these estimates be so taken over by the relevant committees for consideration and report at a time and a date that is determined by the Business Committee. I so direct. Honorable members, before I move on, let me recognize the presence of some dignitaries that have come to support us to receive the budget statement from His Excellency the President through the Minister for Finance. And so I acknowledge His Excellency Dr. Ekospio Gabra, I've just been informed that the chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia, we also have the former Minister for Energy, Honorable Boache Ajakun, present, and the former Minister for Finance, now advisor on the economy at the Office of the President, Honorable Sef Tekwe, is also present. We have Alhaji Haruna Mohammed, Deputy General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party. Let me also acknowledge the leadership of the Minister of Finance. We have the Chief Director of the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Patrick Nimo. Yes, he's seated over there. We have the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Mr. Johnson Esiema. We have the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Mr. Anthony Kwasi Sarpong. We have a commissioner also from the GRA, SSD, Dr. Adumaku Mensah. We have Commissioner GRA, DTRD, Brigadier General Glover Ashong Annan. And we have the Controller and Accountant General, Mr. Kwasi Ajay. We have so many other supporting staff, coordinating directors and directors. They are all available to support the minister. On your behalf, I want to thank them for their patience and all what they've done to support the minister to present such a statement within 2 hours. Honorable members, as I am not good as a conductor, when it came to the time of the chorus, I had to advise myself because a few years ago, the Veterans Association invited me to their function at the usual place. The Veterans Association, you know where they are housed. And I was invited to conduct a singing band there. It was very abysmal. So I didn't want to disappoint myself in the public. And so when you decided to reconstitute Parliament into orchestra, I decided to advise myself, and that is why I silently sneaked out. Honorable members, I will allow your leaders to say a word before I bring the minister to present some papers. I think this is the proper time for the two leaders, the minority, the minister, to present the papers. But I think now you have all stretched your limbs, you have refreshed yourselves, and you are ready for a long haul. And so I'm ready for you this night. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, In March this year, when the finance minister started his lamentation, we were minded to forgive him because he was new on the job. Today, after several months on the job, he came to repeat the same lamentation, part 2 of his lamentation. Mr. Speaker, the minister may be minded to see the empty public gallery. The business community decided to abandon him. All these empty chairs, this is not what we've known in the past. Mr. Speaker, the minister attempted to provide some figures. He gave a tall list of allocations. What he failed to add, that in the 2025 budget that he brought to this house, we had Director of Operations at the Jubilee House, at the presidency, who publicly said every month the presidency gives 20,000 Ghana cedis to each constituency. It totals 66 million. Where did they get that money from? Mr. Mustafa Badi, the Deputy General Secretary of NDC and Director of Operations at the presidency, he publicly said that every month the presidency gives 20,000 cedis to each constituency. The Minister of Finance has not accounted for this. How that money is given, time will tell. Mr. Speaker, Parliament, the minister has failed to consider the work of Parliament. He provides a paltry sum to Parliament when Parliament is the only body that does oversight. Parliament is an important organ of state. When the minister himself is a minister, is a member of Parliament, and fails to recognize the Parliament and its work, and you say we should hail you. Look at the ministers and their faces. Mr. Speaker, 2025, he should tell us the releases he gave them. When he was mentioning some of the figures, the ministers were looking as if this is the first time they were seeing the figures. Was there any consultation? Mr. Speaker, was there any consultation? Did they even know what was going to be in the budget? Mr. Speaker, ni a vote kahame ameke akenuchu momba ameke wake akenuchu momba abaha 24-hour economy, 1 job 3 shifts yano yakwe gamashi teshi la nungwa yute ameke ingwe 24-hour economy yo nichumwe ingwe nichumwe yo almost a jumanu wayi musi 24-hour economy, and then we buy a 24-hour economy. One can watch them. So more 24-hour economy. 1 job 3 shifts in Hawaii. Why women is who MPs no moon to me come constituency.
Minority leader. Minority leader.
I'm going to translate.
Your
to which?
No, I don't need a translation.
Oh,
I think your time is up. For the comments.
Mr. Speaker, it's okay. Mr. Speaker, it's okay.
This is
after Mr. Speaker.
Honorable
you see
members.
You see your man. You see.
Honorable members.
It's okay. It's okay.
Honorable members, these are initial comments. Definitely, there will be a motion for you to debate the budget, even before we go to the appropriation bill. So these are initial comments. and you don't need to belabor the point. After you demonstrated very well, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our people say that it is when the toad is dead that you see its full length of the bad economic management of the NPP that is being revealed every day. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious from the budget statement that the NPP government was the worst case study of bad economic management. The NPP was bad in government, but even worse in opposition. Worse in opposition. Indeed, I have heard Ghanaians ask if it is too late to replace them with the CPP as the official opposition. In this year's budget, Parliament is being given a proposed figure of 1.6 billion. And you are aware. You are aware. Mr. Speaker, if ministers are quiet, it is because this budget was presented to ministers in cabinet and they approved it before it was brought to you. So they are aware. They are aware of all the figures. Everything in the budget was approved in cabinet where all these ministers were in attendance. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that you didn't hear that the 24-hour economy program, there is a budgetary allocation of 150 million Ghana cedis. So I'm surprised that you didn't listen. Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised that Ghanaians are now clamoring for you to be replaced by CPP as the official opposition. Mr. Speaker, we thank the Minister for Finance. His work clearly has been very commendable. This country is being turned around. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious inflation figures have drastically reduced to single digits. Mr. Speaker, we are paying our debts. Mr. Speaker, international rating agencies are giving us better ratings. Mr. Speaker, this budget and the expenditure of last year and the effort to stabilize the economy is what will create the jobs. The youth should be hopeful. What happened yesterday? Where those young 6 ladies died trying to find a job is a serious indictment of how the economy of this country was managed in the past 8 years. Mr. Speaker, I have confidence that this budget is going to create jobs, and the numbers, close to 800,000 jobs, will be created. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, by the time the Accra-Kumasi Expressway gets to Kumasi, I believe all the elephants will run. Let me conclude for coming to the
members. I invite you to the order paper addendum. Order paper addendum. Order paper addendum at the commencement of public business. Item 1, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented by the Minister for Finance. Roman 1.
Contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Ghana Revenue Authority, and Truda Investment Limited for the provision of public and digital inspection solution to modernize customs administration and enhance revenue mobilization.
Honorable members, the contract agreement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Roman number 2.
Request for the review of the investment policy and management of the Ghana Petroleum Funds in accordance with Section 31A of the Petroleum Revenue.
This paper has been duly presented and it is referred to the Committee on Economy and Development for consideration and report to the House. Roman number 3.
Master agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Ghana Revenue Authority, and Tata Consultancy Services Limited for professional services.
Honorable members, the master agreement has been duly presented and it is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Roman number 4.
Request for waiver of 20% withholding tax on the income of Tata Consultancy Services Limited as service provider and value-added tax amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $10,460,000 United States dollars on imported services under the implementation of the Integrated Tax Administration System project.
Honorable members, the request has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Honorable members, we have item 2. I want to know whether the instrument is ready. Presentation of instruments. It's also by the Minister for Finance. Honorable members, I manage the House. I manage the House. Please, let's complete the laying of the consequent papers from the presentation of the honorable members. Presentation of instruments. Minister for Finance.
Public procurement, thresholds for approving authorities and procurement methods regulations, 2025.
Honorable members, this instrument has been duly presented and is referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for consideration and report to the House. Item 3, presentation and first reading of bills. 3A.
An act to repeal the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Act 2021, Act 1068, and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the bill is read the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. 3B.
An act to revise and consolidate the law related to the imposition of the value-added tax and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the value-added tax is read the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. 3C.
An act to regulate and the provision of a virtual access service in or from the country and to provide for related matters.
3C.
An act to amend the National Health Insurance Act 2012.
The bill is read the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. 3D.
An act to amend the National Health Insurance Act 2012, Act 852, to allocate 20% of monies of the National Health Insurance Fund to the Ghana Medical Trust Fund to allow for the deductibility of the National Health Insurance levy and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the bill is also referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. 3E.
An act to amend the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2000, Act 581, to provide financing for free studies and to allow for the deductibility of the Ghana Education Trust Fund levy.
Honorable members, the bill is read the first time and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Honorable members, we have some items in the original order paper. Honorable members, item 8 on the order paper. Item 8 on the order paper. Majority Leader.
You need to present this as well.
The following papers to be presented by the Minister for Finance. 8A.
Annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union import levy for the 2025 fiscal year.
Honorable members, the annual report is referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. 8B.
Annual report on the petroleum funds for the 2025 fiscal year.
Honorable members, the annual report of the petroleum funds is also referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. 8C.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the National Lottery Authority for the year 2024.
Honorable members, the annual statement of the Audit Committee is also referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Honorable members, honorable members, well, you all know it.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I struggled to catch your eye. Mr. Speaker, I was raising an important matter regarding the order paper addendum. Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, item 3 on page 2 is very consequential after the budget presentation. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at item 1I, IV. Mr. Speaker, these are very serious matters. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the majority leader, is here. In all fairness to me and my colleagues in leadership, Mr. Speaker, when these things happen, our back sometimes carries a certain impression as though we are in the know. There was no engagement. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with being given to a company. This is the finance minister who is against tax exemption. I am saying that, Mr. Speaker, it is only fair that if the government side intends to do this, we discuss. Mr. Speaker, we had a pre-sitting. These important matters were never discussed. You look at, Mr. Speaker, a digitalization contract between GRA and Trudeau Investment Limited. Mr. Speaker, we don't know anything. It was a reason why I got up. Mr. Speaker, it is only fair. The practice is that the two leaders were engaged. But when you print order paper addendum, we don't know anything about it, then it is announced. Mr. Speaker, it is never the practice. I've been where he is before, and they know Dr. Forson was here, and he knows that at every point, especially on addendum, he will never agree to surprises. He knows that. Finance Minister, be fair. Mr. Speaker, they shouldn't always create a certain impression that we are in this house to litigate on every matter. I feel very bad when they create that impression. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the whole country is watching us. The whole world is watching us. Mr. Speaker, our rules are very clear. And 2 days ago, I had occasion to tell my colleague, the minority leader, that we must begin to honor and respect our rules. Mr. Speaker, our rules in Order 126 says that the chair shall be heard in silence. And the chair is the speaker. And let me read the provisions. It says that the speaker is responsible for the maintenance of order and observance of the rules of debate in the House. Whenever the speaker addresses the House, any member standing shall immediately resume the member's seat, and the speaker shall be heard in silence. Mr. Speaker, whilst we are addressing this House and facilitating the laying of papers in this House, our friends opposite did not only remain standing in their feet, but were singing, obstructing, disrespecting you, disrespecting the chair, disrespecting the maize, and disrespecting the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, you may choose to tolerate that, but this side of the House will not tolerate that. We will not tolerate that. Mr. Speaker, I, based on Order 33.2, I want to raise a question of contempt and abuse of privilege. Mr. Speaker, we must begin to enforce our rules. We must begin to enforce our rules. Mr. Speaker, this side of the House, we can march you two by one. And after we have marched you 2 to 1, we will still have excess. We still have excess of over 30 something. Mr. Speaker, I demand that the minority leader now apologizes to your good self for this gross misconduct and misbehavior. Mr. Speaker, if he does not, I will raise a question of contempt of Parliament and abuse of privilege and ask you to rule on it now. I am giving you an opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this house will not be abused by Honorable Afenyomakin. He's too small. He's too small to abuse this mace. He's too small to disrespect the Speaker whilst all of us sit and watch you. So I am raising a question of contempt of Parliament and breach of privilege, and I'm asking you to rule on that matter. Refer all of them to the Privileges Committee. We have their identities, we recorded it, and Mr. Speaker, we will have the Privileges Committee go into this. Mr. Speaker, as the majority leader and leader of this House, and as the Speaker, we owe it a duty to this country to make sure that the institution of Parliament, its image, its integrity, its reputation is maintained. We will be reneging on our responsibility if we allow behavior like what we have seen today to persist. We have come to the end of it. Mr. Speaker, if they can misconduct themselves, small as they are, if we don't take action, we should forever remain silent when this side of the House also decides to take action against them. So, Mr. Speaker, I am raising breach of privilege pursuant to Order 31O of the Standing Orders, which says any act or omission which affronts the dignity or authority of Parliament, or which tends either directly or indirectly to bring the name of Parliament into disrepute. Mr. Speaker, what they have done, persistently violating our standing orders, standing whilst you are addressing the House, singing disrespectfully whilst you are addressing the House, clearly falls within the prohibitions of Order 31O. Acts affronting the dignity or authority of Parliament. We cannot allow Afenyo Makin and the Nkitikiti minority party already. That's right. And I earlier indicated that I know Ghanaians who are asking if it is not too late, they want to replace the MPP opposition with the CPP as the official opposition. But they have gone too far, Mr. Speaker. And I raise a question of contempt and abuse of privilege, and I invite you to give a ruling on that matter, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I think we've transacted two very important matters today. We managed to get the approval of the House of the President's nominee to the position of Chief Justice of this country. We have also got the Minister for Finance to present the budget statement and economic policy for the 2026 financial year. These are two very important events that have occurred, and I think that we have done well. As to the issue that the minority leader has raised, the effect being that the leaders of the House, having consulted on some items, based on the lack of their consultation, those items should not be brought to the House and be given to the House for them to consider the government business in that respect. I find that very unfortunate because no decision is taken today. It's just business that is being presented to the House. And the matter, as I've stated earlier, has been referred to the relevant committees to consider and report to the House. The House will now have the opportunity to debate, to deliberate, to do what they want with the business that has been referred. So the fact that the two of you have not been able to consult each other should not prevent the Speaker from admitting the business to be presented to the House for consideration. Not at all. It's a matter that you, the leaders, could discuss later on. But we have business to do. As part of my duty as a Speaker is to protect the minority. It's also a duty of the Speaker to make sure that government business is not obstructed. I did that from 2021 to 2024, when those to my left were to my right. I'm doing the same now. Please. We have tolerated each other for some time now. I did indicate that I'm not going to use the gavel. I'll be using the hammer. But please, I learned a lot of lessons from the holy books, both the Holy Bible and the Holy Quran. And there was good reason why the prodigal son. And so, honorable members, let's don't end the day on a bad note. Let's end the day on a good note. At the appropriate time, the Speaker will take the necessary action to bring real discipline and order to this House. Please, let's leave it here and complete the other business that are before us. I don't want us to go beyond this. We still have 2 more important businesses I want us to carry on. I want the House to work together as we've been doing. These are important matters, particularly the consideration of the budget and economic policy of the government. I want us to consider what happened yesterday. The country is not in a joyful mood. I expect that we should understand the situation and try as much as possible to debate with cool heads. I expect that you should all be able to tolerate each other. It's not that what you do doesn't hurt me. It does, many a times, because you all accept that I'm the father of the house. And sometimes you get up and say, with the greatest respect, then you are wondering what kind of respect that is. Those of us who were hunters know that anytime the monkey wants to bite you, it will clean the place first before biting. So when you get up and say with the greatest respect, I know you are cleaning the place, but you are going to bite. And many of you are not hunters, so you don't understand these things. Me, coming from Saito, I've learned a lot. Those of you who went to something international, that's where you are now. You are not a Ghanaian, you are not a European, you are not an American. We don't know who you are. This is what Ghana is faced with. No identity, no character, nothing. It's just a name that they are human beings. So, how for do? I'll leave it at that. Honorable members, I will want to plead with the majority leader not to insist on moving that motion. Let us continue to tolerate each other. It's not on one side, it will be on both sides. Please. I know what I'm doing. And when the hammer falls, you see the applaud from the good people of Ghana. I assure you, I'll have the full support, including your parties. So please, let's go on. We have the 3rd reading of the the long-standing bill before the House, and it's just the third reading. That bill has been here for months, and the minister has been present since morning just because of this bill and then the budget. And so it's not the culture of the House to ignore such things. But I will listen to you, Minority Chief Whip, before I... Majority Leader.
So, Speaker, I haven't heard you congratulate and discharge the Minister for Finance so that he can go back to his seat as a member of Parliament.
You are right. You are right. Let me, on behalf of the House, thank you, the Minister for Finance, for coming to the House and on behalf of His Excellency the President, present the budget statement and economy policy for the 2026 financial year. We are extremely grateful, and I know that you enjoyed the music. You didn't after sitting for understandable. It's only we have to get the leaders to modulate some of the orchestra and the singing bands so that we can do business in harmony. So, Minister, we are extremely grateful and you are discharged. Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I am exceedingly grateful. And Speaker, I'm happy you have called the very business we were all anticipating to be called. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to make pleadings to the Majority Leader. And if he recalls, suggested that we were at third reading, and he had made the point, no, we should just come and read the budget and call it on the other side. That this is just the third reading. Let's take it. So the point I'm emphasizing on is we should learn to reach out. We should just learn to reach out. Majority Leader, today, for instance, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry if I know we are all fatigued. We had to stage a compromise for the collective interest of this House. When Honorable Habib had to withdraw his motion, and Majority Leader, I heard you when you reached out to us. Yeah, to take it some other day. When you reached out to us, we understood and we yielded to your call. You see, so it's a give and take. It's a give and take. When the leader, our leader, was on his feet, it was only drawing our attention to the fact that if we had mentioned to him that these businesses were supposed to be laid, we would not be opposed to it. But it's just a show of respect and magnanimity so that we understand that this House, regardless of the numbers, is a two-sided House. I am pained by the way we are prosecuting business. You cannot tell me to sit down. If you want to speak, catch the eye of the speaker. What do you mean? You can't tell me to sit down. What do you mean? No, you cannot do that. You should catch the eye of the speaker.
Please.
Speaker,
address me.
You should. I am in leadership.
I'm locating them. I'll handle them. Please. Yes, please address me.
Speaker, so I am simply, many occasions we defer to you, but sometimes the way you go about carrying your business, you don't carry the entire House along. Anytime you need us to compromise, when you reach out to us, we often yield to you. So we want to plead with you Majority Leader, Mr. Majority Leader, we want to plead with you. We will not come to this house to obstruct government business. No, we will not. So just reach out to us, just to talk to us. We are human as you are. We know you have a business to prosecute. And I have been a majority chief way before. This is just the beginning of a cycle. We are now going to go for, you will lay it, don't worry. We are now going to take about 50 motions. You cannot have all your numbers all the days. Well, you'll be there and be saying this. There will be times that you will need us to compromise. Speak, you can find out from your majority leader. We work together. Let's work together. Because our colleagues should know that we need to work together. Nobody is perfect here. Sometimes I am paying the way we are being treated. We are in the minority, so what? We can make very good suggestions for the prosecution of government business.
Honorable, my minority chief whip, I think enough is enough. I know that the leaders on daily basis, they lobby. And I participate in your trade-offs, trying to accommodate each other. And so when on the floor, sometimes we disagree, I think it's better for you to do what you are doing on the floor outside the floor. Particularly when we are in the lobby in conclave, you can raise these things. But don't let the public have a perception that you don't cooperate with each other. Because I can give copious evidence, supported by documentary evidence, as to how you have cooperated with each other up to date. I'm a living witness. So please, sometimes, whether for some other reasons you want to achieve some other goals, I don't know. That's why sometimes I'm also compelled to say it's a surprise to me. The glare of the public, we can use the usual channels of communication as we refer to and settle some of these differences. Please, let's continue with the business. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, definitely dialogue and cooperation. And I know that everybody in this country who has observed me in the last 8 months that I've sat here will confirm that I'm one of the most accommodating persons in this chamber. Everybody will confirm that. Out there is that I'm a leader who doesn't carry the minority along. If I did anything today against you, it is the way you conducted yourself in relation to the speaker. No, on the issue of singing, all of us sang, both sides. I'm not raising issues about singing. I said, I'm not raising issues about singing. The issue that I raised and asked the speaker to rule on an issue of contempt and breach of privilege is your conduct here. It's not about engagement on the business of the House. When you say you don't have notice, you will only be able to make a case that you don't have notice if the order paper does not capture the item. Once the order paper captures the item, you have notice of the item. Mr. Speaker, he was the majority leader and leader of government business. He saw to the presentation of several budget statements. And you know that in every budget statement, when the Minister of Finance makes reference to bills, to regulations, to instruments, to amendments, to contracts, to repeals, immediately he finishes, we usually lay those ones. And we take them on a... So why are you behaving as if this is the first time this is happening? When they are laid, then when the speaker refers it to committee, at the committee level, you will engage. That's how engagement takes place. But when bills, instruments, regulations, contracts, and etc., which were referred to in the policy statement of the finance minister, then the clerks, on their own, knowing that this is the procedure, go and print an order paper addendum and capture all those instruments. And Speaker, consistent with our practice, is now seeking to have us lay those instruments. And you rise up, and he gives you indications that let me finish laying, I will recognize you. And you persist and clearly violate our rules. On a day when you know the whole world is focusing on us in this chamber, the sanctity of the image of this chamber. Mr. Speaker, as you indicated, I will not belabor the point. I will not belabor the point. We can take the third reading of the scholarship bill and we'll call it a day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, may we take the item on the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025, and that I think is item 13 on the order paper. Item 13. Minister for Education. Move the motion for the third reading.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Ghana Scholarship Authority Bill 2020.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. I put the question. And the question is that those in favor of the motion just moved by the Minister of Education, say aye. The scholarship I've just been reminded that I've not declared the results. It means that the
administration and award of government scholarships in a transparent and equitable manner and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Ghana Scholarships Authority Bill 2025 duly read the third time and passed. You all heard the minister. He was so overwhelmed that he was overjoyed because he has struggled all these days to get this bill through. And so he didn't even know how to move the third reading. So he preceded it with a good laugh. Minister, thank you for the patience and all the tolerance. Please, I think that we need to do a few things. I have tried, and I want to appeal to leadership. I have tried to get us, in spite of our differences, to work together. I have organized a number of retreats for leaders, a number of opportunities, and leaders have always failed to turn up. I'm compelled to say this because those who are not aware think that I'm not making the effort. It's because we are different that we are sitting to the left and to the right. If we're not different, we'll be together at one place. And the arrangement of this chamber would have been different. That difference must be recognized and accepted. That is how we work together. That's how we were created. That's why you have parties. And that's why Ghanaians voted for you the way they voted. So please, let's accept each other and work together. You only do that when you are outside the floor. But when you come here, something else happens to you. That's why I was calling the pastors and the apostles to come here and then pray and bless this chamber. Maybe there's something inside here that I don't know. They should come and exorcise the evil spirit in the chamber. Because I deal with you people outside the chamber. And your attitude is very different. But when you are inside here, and something else, they say Gbeshi. Please, we can do better than this. I know your capacity, I know who you are, I know what you've been doing, but don't give this impression, because it will not be my nature to be applying the hammer, but if that is the last resort, so be it. And I told you, sooner than later, it will fall on hairs. I won't split your hairs, but you may not recover. Please, let's end it here, unless there's something urgent, and take it.
So, Speaker,
Yes,
I think
please.
we have sat beyond 5 hours, so we're in your hands.
Well, honorable members, I will then proceed to adjourn the sitting to tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, yes. No indication of a different timing. You want to sit earlier? Yes, please. Yes.
My friends opposite are proposing that we do 12 noon.
12 noon. Honorable members, sitting is adjourned to tomorrow at 12 noon. Sitting accordingly adjourned.
And the concerts at 6 a.m.
Tomorrow 6 a.m.
Yeah.
the finance minister not too long ago presented the 2026 budget. Parliament has postponed sitting to tomorrow at 2 p.m. That short, debate after the budget, and then Parliament will reconvene tomorrow. And so the finance minister presented the 2026 budget. Highlights of those budgets: he has set for 2026 to grow the economy at 4.8% from the 4.5 targets he set in the 2025 budget. It says that inflation should remain between 8 plus or minus 2, and our international reserves should do not less than 3 months of import cover, even though we've seen the economy stabilize. The finance minister says after the recovery, we are moving into a trajectory of growth and job creation. He's been talking about the development agenda for the oil palm industry, which is supposed to pump some 500 million Ghana cedis into the oil palm industry to create more jobs along the value chain. He's been talking about 1,000 thermal plant, which is supposed to be off-taking excess gas that the country is producing. The finance minister also spoke about the fact that the COVID-19 levy, which a lot of people were anticipating, has been abolished, and also the GET Fund and the NHI levies, which were decoupled, will now come together in the new tax reforms. The effective VAT rate will now move from 21% to 20% because COVID-19 levy has been abolished in the 2026 budget. So a lot the finance minister has been saying in this budget. The Women's Development Bank would receive funding in the 2026 budget. The NIB, ADB, and CBG will be recapitalized even before the end of the year. Funding going into the 24-hour economy and what have you, to ensure that the economy is propelled after stability has been ensured in the 2026 financial year. The finance minister has been talking about resuming borrowing from the domestic bond market in 2026. Don't forget that for some time now, in terms of domestic revenue mobilization, or in terms of which is the T-bill rate, the treasury bill market to raise funding. Moving forward into the 2026 financial year, the finance minister says that they're going to be going into the domestic bond market to raise some funding to support growth. The finance minister in the 2026 budget presentation has spoken about funding into the construction of the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. He's talking about farming service centers, which are supposed to be supporting the agricultural sector and what have you. So we are still here in Parliament. Quickly, we'll try and see if we are able to get some of the MPs to get their thoughts on the 2026 budget and what they make of the presentation as a whole.
The interesting thing about this budget is that I think the finance minister must also take his time and look at the broader themes. First, he talks about the fact that even apart from the VAT, he mentions about 3 billion cedis also being in the pocket of people because of the COVID-19 levy that has been scrapped. His celebration rate coming down, but he fails to even tell us not a single item. Do you see a reduction of it in terms of the prices in the market? And that is a very serious matter, because you cannot tell me in one breath that the cedi is strong, inflation is down, but the cost of consumables, the cost of food, the cost of food items, the cost of the various staples has still not reduced.
He mentioned tomatoes. In
My constituency, I organize Ofie Market monthly. And if you come there and tell them that the finance minister says that inflation is down, go to Malata Market, Okanshi, Aboblochi, Makola, and say because finance minister says inflation is down, they are going to chase you away. So there's a disconnect between the figures being presented by government and the actual situation on the ground. There is, because the size of kinky, the size of the things that you buy, it is not seen in terms of its structure or size an increment. It's not. Its prices too not reducing, but you are celebrating the figures on the blackboard. So I have a difficulty. Well, so if it takes a while to transmit, then let the transmission take effect before you can.
Yeah, he talked about the airport development fee.
Yes.
That will be charged by Ghana Airport Company. Do you think that is a levy that he has imposed directly?
Well, as I said, I want to be very, very careful. Take the budget he has presented. We are going to peruse it page by page, and also peruse that of the one he presented earlier this year. But I tell you what, the government say that they are going to create 800,000 jobs per the 2026 budget. 800,000 jobs. The finance minister goes further to say 490,000 out of these 800,000 jobs will be created through the big push construction project that will be undertaken. How about that? Labor work. You are going to create 490,000 laborers. 6 months, 8 months. So that's what we are going to do. These are not real jobs. These are not sustainable jobs. So you are telling me that government's major policy, more than 2/3, will be to create laborers.
The COVID-19 levy.
When I pause to say a prayer, I'll say one for the
COVID-19 levy is gone. That should be commended.
That's what I'm saying. That the COVID-19 that you say you have scrapped, we need to also see where the other revenue will come in to also cater for that revenue shortfall. It's not mere rhetoric. Government has listed so many items that they want to achieve, so many projects. And so people will then begin to ask, okay, it's good. I mean, for us, we celebrate. Let me commend him that he's taking off the COVID-19 levy. I hope you are not passing the back door with the introduction of the airport levy. That's another tax. So you are just robbing Peter to pay Paul. But what should also be of significant concern to the Ghanaian youth is a clear path towards employment opportunities and job creation. Once the youth are not seeing hope in that clear path, we are going to have a difficulty. And that's why able-bodied young men and women will wake up at dawn to go and queue, and many will go and will not come back, or some will go and will not come back. That definitely is not what our forefathers wished for.
The Accra Kumasi Expressway, is it a good idea? Is it feasible?
It's still for next year. And government is saying, and I will repeat, they want to create 800,000 jobs next year per their budget. Out of that, they are telling you 490,000 out of the 800,000 jobs will be through labor work. Labor work, those who carry water, carry the pan, go and fetch sand. 490,000 out of it, because that's what they are telling you in the construction sector. You're not going to hire engineers 10,000. You're not going to hire civil engineers or geodetic engineers 20,000. So what they are telling you, that the jobs that they are going to create, out of that 800,000, the 490,000 will be those in the sector of laborers for 6 months, 7 months, and they are back to the unemployment situation again. Government must create real jobs. And I was saying that what worries me is that the three sectors of the economy, that of the services, that of the manufacturing, and that of the agriculture. Agriculture creates jobs. That of the manufacturing sector creates jobs. The services sector is choked. You won't create jobs there, because there is more of import and people consuming. But if you are talking about where you can create real jobs, government's priority should be in the area of agriculture, and that's of the manufacturing, because it's a whole value chain. And so I want the finance minister to look at this strategy again on job creation. That notwithstanding, we mentioned previously. And so we'll go back. He did this time, strangely, they didn't emphasize much on the 24-hour economy.
Some funding, some allocation were made.
Of how much? Well, the beginning of the year, they made allocation as well. So let's go in there. The devil is in the detail. They've given us in excess of over 300 pages to go and peruse. If they think we will not read, they will make a mistake. We are going to read, and we shall be back to with the.
Do you think the stabilization we've seen is strong enough to move into transformation, as the finance minister has said? They were zooming into growth because now we have stabilized. Are we strong enough?
See the growth, as I said, the growth of the economy, you can measure it in the sectors that I spoke about. That's of the manufacturing and that's of agriculture. If you are not growing in the...
We are still here in Parliament. The members of Parliament are still in the chamber. We wait to speak to some more of the members of Parliament to get their go left the premises of Parliament after he did that particular presentation. At this point, we'll wrap up and hand over to you in the studios whilst we continue the conversation here. Over to you, George.
All right, thank you very much, Maurice. So that it's been a long day for us for the presentation of the 2026 budget. Earlier, we saw Parliament approving the Chief Justice, that's the nominee. Now, Parliament has approved that particular aspect of it, and we're expecting the President to swear him in as the next Chief Justice of this country. That followed a lot of conversation and a lot of back and forth in Parliament. Yet finally, the Speaker had to rule on it. And then after that, the Finance Minister presenting the 2026 budget. Lots of talking points for us. But for that, now we're going to wrap up our broadcast for this particular evening. And then tomorrow, a lot of things for us to talk about. My name is George Sapo. On behalf of the entire production, we say thank you very much for joining us. Have a good evening. Enjoy the rest of our programs. We'll see you when you see you. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.